Chapter 117 Extraordinary Foundations. Chapter 117 Extraordinary Foundations. How is this possible? Could she have reached Tier 4 already? She's only at level 106 right now, so there's no way she is at Tier 4. It is probably because of her weapon and equipment. That can't be possible, right? It would take at least a fragmented legendary item for her to have such powerful mana and aura. But her staff is giving off an epic ranked glow, while her equipment is giving off a dark gold ranked glow. There's not even one fragmented legendary item on her. Mysterious Moon's members felt as if they were standing in the presence of a mythic monster right now, and they couldn't help but grow confused by this situation. Tier 4 strength. This was the greatest combat power players could muster in the current miniature ancient world. Even the various superpowers Apex experts were only at this level. However, the various superpowers Apex experts could only acquire such strength because they had the help of Hall of Fame-level epic equipment sets in addition to their extraordinary combat techniques. Even then, only the raw power of their attacks would reach the Tier 4 standard. The standard of their mana would still be at Tier 3. It should be known that Su Qianlu was only at the Flowing Water Realm. Some of the mysterious moon experts present were even superior to her when it came to combat standards, let alone the various superpowers Apex experts. Yet, even without entering combat, Su Qianlu already possessed strength and mana at the Tier 4 standard. In other words, Su Qianlu possessed the true might of a Tier 4 player. If Su Qianlu were to enter combat and use skills, spells, and combat techniques, she could unleash even greater strength. If it came down to a fight, even Crimson Seal wouldn't necessarily match Su Qianlu. At this moment, let alone Mysterious Moon's other members, even Zhui Yalan and Lin Yaoyue, who were relatively familiar with Zero Wing's members, couldn't help but be shocked. Is this what Zero Wing is capable of? Lin Yaoyue's eyes burned with a passionate flame as she scrutinized Su Qianlu. Although she had previously learned from Shi Feng that Zero Wing was an extraordinary existence in the world it came from, she felt that as an outer world power, the things it could do here should be incredibly limited. She felt that she could, at most, acquire some legacies and combat techniques from Zero Wing, which could, in turn, pave a smoother path for her in the future. If she relied solely on Zero Wing, it'd be impossible for her to become an expert that even the various superpowers feared. However, she no longer felt that way now. After the Thousand Flow adventure team joined Zero Wing, Lin Yaoyue had conducted an investigation into Su Qianlu. According to her investigation, while Su Qianlu was indeed a Tier 4 expert in the Black Dragon Empire, she was only at the Flowing Water Realm standard. She might be able to get into the upper echelons of a first-rate guild with such standards, but she definitely couldn't become one of the leading executives. Yet, after joining Zero Wing for a few days, Su Qianlu had gained strength so overwhelming that even Crimson Seal had to fear her. How many people with such strength do you think World Dominators has? Vice Guild Leader Seal. Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Crimson Seal. 10? 20? Or is it 30? After Su Qianlu returned to 100 Flow City, Shi Feng had passed the Holy Annihilation Mana technique to her. In addition, he had also given her a drop of Ancient God's Blood, upgrading her mana body to the gold rank. After combining these factors with the Ancient Mana equipment set acquired from the Ancient Demon Court, Su Qianlu's basic attributes and mana were now extremely close to reaching the Tier 4 standard. The only thing she was missing now was a Tier 4 physique and Tier 4 spells. There shouldn't be more than 10, Crimson Seal said after giving Shi Feng's question some thought. If World Dominators invested all of its available resources and manpower into the miniature ancient world, it might be capable of producing 30 Tier 4 combatants. However, if they were only talking about 100 Flow City side, World Dominators probably couldn't even muster 5 Tier 4 combatants, let alone 30. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. World Dominators might not have trouble getting their hands on Hall of Fame-level epic equipment sets. But it was a different story for epic weapons that rivaled fragmented, legendary weapons. Even with World Dominator's influence, it could, at most, acquire 30 of such weapons. This was because epic weapons of such caliber were even rarer than the average, fragmented, legendary weapon. In addition to items, players also needed to be at the domain realm to achieve Tier 4 combat power. In God's domain realm experts were incredibly rare even in the 5 great super guilds, let alone world dominators. Every one of these experts was a core executive in the guild. Currently, out of world dominators as members in 100 Flow City, only Zhua Tianquang and his 2 vice commanders were likely to have Tier 4 combat power. The likelihood of anyone else having such combat power was incredibly low. What about experts with combat power close to reaching the Tier 4 standard? Shifeng asked. There shouldn't be more than 20, Crimson Seal answered definitively. Although the requirements for achieving combat power close to the Tier 4 standard weren't as strict, players still needed to be at the Void Realm standard at the very least. While Void Realm experts weren't as rare as Domain Realm experts, they were still relatively rare. Typically, they could be seen working as Legion Vice Commanders in the various super guilds. With there being only 3 legions in 100 Flow City, there was no way World Dominators could have more than 20 players with combat power nearing the Tier 4 standard base tier. Less than 20. After scanning the crowd before him, Shifeng said, If Mysterious Moon agrees to partner with Zero Wing will let everyone here gain strength close to the Tier 4 standard. Will that be enough strength to fight against World Dominators now? What did he say? How is that possible? Mysterious Moon's members couldn't help but feel that Shifeng was joking with them when they heard his words. Although achieving strength nearing the Tier 4 standard wasn't as challenging as achieving strength at the Tier 4 standard, it still wasn't something that could be achieved easily. Not to mention, most of the people present were only at the Refinement Realm standard. Trying to achieve such combat power was nothing but a pipe dream for them. The only feasible way Shifeng could accomplish such a feat was if he gave everyone here a fragmented legendary item each. However, that evidently wouldn't be possible. Even on the main continent, super guilds would have great difficulty taking out 40 fragmented legendary items on the spot. Needless to say, the difficulty of doing so in the miniature ancient world was exponentially greater. In response to everyone's doubtful gazes, Shifeng took out one of the standardized ancient mana equipment sets in his bag and put it on the conference table. Then he said, Won't you find out if I'm telling the truth or not if you take a look? Everyone quickly started inspecting the ancient mana equipment set's effects upon hearing Shifeng's words. A mana equipment set. The 8-piece set effect improves physique by 40%. Isn't this set effect insane? No. What's truly amazing about this set is the mana. The basic attributes the set provides might be inferior to 8-piece epic sets, but the boost it gives toward mana is simply absurd. It practically doubles the power of all skills and spells. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the standardized ancient mana equipment set statistics. Although this standardized set couldn't provide players with Tier 4 basic attributes, the improvements it could provide in actual combat were simply ridiculous. With the effects of this set, Tier 3 skills and spells used by Tier 3 players would most likely exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, the higher the player's skill or spell completion rate, the greater the improvements they would see. For Refinement Realm experts like themselves, if they paired this standardized ancient mana equipment set with a top-tier epic weapon, they could easily hold their ground against a Tier 4 mythic monster. No wonder he has such confidence, Crimson Seal thought as he looked at Shifeng. He finally understood how Su Qianlu managed to gain her current strength. 40 sets, Shifeng said, smiling as he extended 4 fingers to the crowd before him. If you partner with Zero Wing, Zero Wing will provide you with 40 of these mana equipment sets. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. What about super guilds? Chapter 118. What about super guilds? 40 sets. What? Zero Wing has 40 of such mana equipment sets. I must be dreaming. Even the 5 great super guilds will have trouble getting 10 of such sets, let alone 40. Everyone couldn't help but doubt their ears when they heard Shifeng's words. Mana equipment sets capable of surpassing 8-piece epic equipment sets in combat performance were unbelievably rare even on the main continent, let alone the miniature ancient world. If a guild could acquire even 10 of such sets, it'd be nigh unstoppable in the current miniature ancient world. They couldn't even imagine what they could achieve if they had 40 of such mana equipment sets. At this time, even Zhui Yalan, who supported partnering with Zero Wing, couldn't help but think that Shifeng was joking with them. Although she knew that Shifeng must have come prepared, the promise he just made simply sounded too exaggerated to be true. If any of the current powers could get their hands on so many mana equipment sets, it'd be a devastating force in the miniature ancient world. It could probably even exchange blows with the 5 great super guilds, if it weren't afraid of the repercussions. Meanwhile, after taking a deep breath, Crimson Seal looked at Shifeng with a serious expression and said, "Mr. Blackflame, if what you say is true, then Mysterious Moon will be willing to partner with Zero Wing to secure the Dark Moon outpost." Crimson Seal's sudden change in attitude stunned many of the Mysterious Moon members present. Of course, everyone could also understand his reaction. There was probably no power in God's domain that could turn down the opportunity to gain 40 of such heaven-defying mana equipment sets. "Don't be in such a hurry to make promises, Vice Guild Leader Seal. I still haven't finished speaking," Shifeng said with a light smile. He wasn't at all surprised by Crimson Seal's sudden change in attitude. "Although I have talked about the partnership with Miss Nightingale, Zero Wing will not be providing these mana equipment sets for free." "That is only natural," Crimson Seal said, nodding. "There'd have to be something seriously wrong with the brains of Zero Wing's leadership if the guild provided the 40 mana equipment sets for free. It should be known that if any power in 100 Flow City managed to acquire these 40 sets right now, it'd become 100 Flow Cities overlord immediately. With these 40 sets as a bargaining chip, Zero Wing could also talk with any of the other first-rate guilds in 100 Flow City and get a good deal. Zero Wing had no obligation to partner with Mysterious Moon at all. After saying so, Crimson Seal couldn't help but glance at Zhui Yalan, who was still in a daze, his evaluation of the girl increasing significantly. Then he said, "Nightingale is the person in charge of Mysterious Moon's affairs in the miniature ancient world. She can represent Mysterious Moon on all matters here. If you have any conditions to make, feel free to state them to Nightingale, Mr. Blackflame." Crimson Seal wasn't a fool. He naturally noticed the hint in Shifeng's words. Mysterious Moon only had the opportunity to partner with Zero Wing now because of Zhui Yalan. Without her, there'd be no foundation for their 2 guilds to negotiate partnership on. Thus, it was only right that he let her handle negotiations with Zero Wing. The other Mysterious Moon members present also nodded in agreement with Crimson Seal's words, and this situation caused Zhui Yalan to look at Shifeng gratefully. Because of a few simple words from Shifeng, her position in Mysterious Moon had changed completely. Now, she was finally Mysterious Moon's person in charge in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, Shifeng also inwardly sighed in relief when he saw this situation. After reaching this point, he could finally begin carrying out his plans. Immediately, he looked toward Zhui Yalan and said, "Miss Nightingale, since Mysterious Moon has already agreed to the partnership, I can offer Mysterious Moon 2 methods of acquiring these 40 mana equipment sets. In the first method, Zero Wing will rent these sets to Mysterious Moon at a rate of 200 gold and 1,000 magic crystals per set per day. In the second method, Zero Wing will sell these sets to Mysterious Moon for 4,000 gold and 10,000 magic crystals per set. Zero Wing will only accept one-time payments for both these methods. In addition, after we secure the Dark Moon outpost, Mysterious Moon must give Zero Wing 3 of the 6 shops in the outpost. Of them, 1 must be the large shop. Mysterious Moon must also give Zero Wing half of the Dark Moon outpost's total revenue. When Shifeng finished speaking, Su Qianlu, who stood beside him, frowned slightly. Then she asked in a whisper, "Are you really going to sell them these sets, Guild Leader?" Although the standardized ancient mana equipment sets were slightly inferior to the sets looted from the ancient demon court, they were still heaven-defying equipment in the current state of the miniature ancient world. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. She could understand it if Shifeng chose to rent these sets to Mysterious Moon. After all, Zero Wing didn't even have the necessary refinement realm experts to take advantage of these sets' full potential. However, she couldn't help but be confused by Shifeng's offer to sell these sets. If these 40 sets were used on Zero Wing, it could allow Zero Wing to trample over the various powers in 100 Flow City. There'd be no power in 100 Flow City that could oppose Zero Wing. However, if Zero Wing sold these sets to Mysterious Moon, Zero Wing would be unnecessarily creating competition for itself in 100 Flow City. In reality, Su Qianlu wasn't the only one surprised by Shifeng's offer. Even Mysterious Moon's members were taken aback. None of them thought that Zero Wing would be selling them these mana equipment sets. It should be known that every standardized ancient mana equipment set could be used to produce a Tier 4 combatant. In the current era where players were still far from reaching Tier 4, the value of having 40 Tier 4 combatants went without saying. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," Shifeng replied without explaining his decision. The standardized ancient mana equipment set might be powerful, but its flaws were also obvious. It had a high upkeep cost. Every durability point consumed required 10 magic crystals to replenish. Meanwhile, it wasn't strange for the set to lose several, or even over a dozen, durability points after a single battle. Such expenditure might not be a problem for a first-rate guild like Mysterious Moon, but it wasn't something the current Zero Wing could afford at all. Not to mention, Zero Wing needed to spend a lot of coins and magic crystals to further its development. Rather than hold onto a bunch of mana equipment sets that Zero Wing couldn't adequately make use of, it'd be much wiser to convert these sets into coins and magic crystals. He could also pull Mysterious Moon in as an ally for Zero Wing by doing so, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As soon as Shifeng finished answering Su Qianlu, Zhui Yalan promptly said, "Mysterious Moon will choose the second method. We will pay the full amount tomorrow. However, we hope Zero Wing can provide us with the 40 sets today. May I know if you can allow that, Mr. Blackflame? After all, there isn't much time left until the competition for the Dark Moon outpost, and it'd take some time to gather so many magic crystals. These 40 ancient mana equipment sets were undoubtedly Mysterious Moon's best chance at striking it big in the miniature ancient world. She'd be an utter fool not to buy them. However, an expenditure of 160,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals was a heavy burden even for Mysterious Moon. It was especially true for the 400,000 magic crystals. Mysterious Moon couldn't take out so many magic crystals right now, even if it wanted to. She'd have to request headquarters to transfer more resources over from the main continent. That won't be a problem. Shifeng nodded. Afterward, Zhui Yalan and Shifeng signed a contract with each other. The contract stating that Shifeng needed to transfer 40 ancient mana equipment sets to Mysterious Moon by today, while Mysterious Moon needed to pay him 160,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals by tomorrow. After signing the contract, Shifeng took out the 40 standardized ancient mana equipment sets in his bag and handed them to Zhui Yalan. Then, Zhui Yalan quickly distributed these sets to the Mysterious Moon members in this room. A super guild, is it? Fighting spirit burned in Zhui Yalin's eyes when she looked at everyone wearing the mana equipment set. It's about time you learn who's boss. Ever since the situation in God's domain had stabilized a few years ago, not a single non-superpower had ever dared to challenge a super guild. However, that was all going to change after today. Today, Mysterious Moon would become the first non-superpower to challenge a super guild after so many years. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. The Beginning of Madness. Chapter 119. The Beginning of Madness, New Moon Forest. A 100-man team of level 103 experts, geared with dark gold and epic equipment, was in the midst of fighting against a horde of undead numbering in the thousands. Although there were quite a few level 105 great lords among these undead creatures, this expert team quickly and steadily reduced the horde's numbers. The leader of this 100-man team was a male berserker wielding a blood-red two-handed saber. In addition to holding off several great lords by himself, this berserker was also issuing commands to his teammates that precisely targeted the weak points of the undead horde. In less than half an hour after the battle began, the 100-man team successfully cleaned up the horde of several dozen great lord ranked undead knights and several thousand other undead creatures. Not only did the team suffer 0 casualties, but they had also expended little stamina throughout the battle. If they kept up this pace, the team could probably take care of several more undead hordes of such size without having to take any breaks in between. You're really the best, Boss Blade. As expected of the leader of our guild's 5 demon generals. You're probably the only person in the guild who can lead a team so efficiently. Luo Tiancheng, clad in silver armor and carrying a great sword on his back, complimented as he approached the berserker leading the team. It's SOO. If guild leadership were still around, this level of combat would be nothing, Rampant Blade nonchalantly said as he glanced at Luo Tiancheng. Ever since Shadow's 5 demon generals disbanded and guild leader Shifeng left the guild, he had become the only person capable of supporting Shadow's ambitions. Although there were quite a few first-rate experts in the guild that were close to reaching the half-step refinement realm standard, none of them could take charge in large-scale battles effectively. An example would be 2 of Lan Hailong's close confidants, Luo Tiancheng and Zhou Yuhu. As for Gu Irin and those from World Dominators, they couldn't be relied on whatsoever. This was because Gu Irin never had any intentions of managing or developing Shadow at all. Since taking over as Shadow's guild leader, the only thing he had done was order Shadow's members around to help him with miscellaneous work. Most of the time, Gu Irin would be doing his own thing with his team from World Dominators. Not once had he helped train anyone from Shadow before. You're being too modest, Boss Blade. Now that you've reached the refinement realm already, combined with World Dominator's resources, it's only a matter of time before you reach Tier 4 in the future. There's no way that Shifeng can hope to match you, Luo Tiancheng said, laughing. Once we complete our mission this time, Chairman Lan will discuss with Guild Leader Gu to let you become the guild's acting guild leader. At that time, you'll get to manage all of the guild's affairs. Refinement realm. Rampant Blade revealed a bitter smile when he heard these words. I reached this realm over a year later than Su Qianlu. I also heard that Su Qianlu has apparently joined the new guild that Guild Leader Shi and Blackie established. An expert of my caliber is only strong in a guild like Shadow. In reality, Rampant Blade had received an invitation to join Zero Wing from Blackie. However, he had grown attached to Shadow over the years, and he still had many brothers in Shadow, so he eventually rejected Blackie's offer. You're putting Zero Wing on too high of a pedestal, Boss Blade. Zero Wing is nothing but a newly established small guild with a few thousand members. Even with Su Qianliu's 1,000 Flow adventure team serving as its base, there's no way it can compete with our guild. After all, Shadow now has World Dominators backing it. Once the resources from world dominators start piling up, our guild will have many Tier 4 experts in the future. In contrast, Zero Wing is going to have a tough time even surviving, Luo Tianqing said in disdain. In Luo Tianqing's opinion, Shi Feng's statement to make Shadow disappear was nothing but a joke. Even Chairman Lon Hailong had laughed when he heard of it. While the miniature Ancient Worlds launch had indeed granted Shi Feng a lot of advantages and reduced the various powers' influence, it didn't change the fact that a guild required resources and experts to prosper. Although Shi Feng now possessed high status in Jinhai Academy, Jinhai Academy was nothing but a god's domain academy. The things it could do and the resources it possessed were incredibly limited. Trying to go against Shadow, which had several 100,000 members and controlled 10 city-states, was nothing but lunacy. There was also no competition between the experts of Zero Wing and Shadow. Ever since Shadow received the guild legacies from world dominators, Shadow's members achieved significantly faster growth. Rampant Blade had even become a refinement realm expert, thanks to these resources. Even if Zero Wing had a refinement realm expert like Su Qianlu won, it still couldn't compete with Shadow in the future. In fact, after Shadow completed the mission assigned by World Dominators this time, World Dominators would be able to control the entirety of 100 Flow City through the Dark Moon Outpost. Once that happened, Shadow could take advantage of World Dominators' influence to eradicate Zero Wing. Let's stop talking about this. Have everyone look for the Dark Moon tokens quickly, Rampant Blade said, not bothering to refute Luo Tianqing's words. Based on the current situation, Shadow was indeed growing stronger and stronger. As evidence, even Luo Tianqing had reached the half-step refinement realm already. We need to meet our quota of 200 tokens by today. Otherwise, World Dominators is going to have our training resources, Luo Tianqing nodded. Then he hurriedly had everyone on the team sort through the loot. At the same time, he sent the team's assassins and rangers to scout around for more undead creatures. Meanwhile, during the time Rampant Blade's team was looting their kills, Rampant Blade suddenly heard a message notification. Has Mysterious Moon gone crazy? Rampant Blade couldn't help but be stunned when he read the message Gu Irin sent him. Meanwhile, noticing Rampant Blade's shocked expression, Luo Tianqing asked, "What happened, Boss Blade?" If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Mysterious Moon has suddenly declared war on world dominators, Rampant Blade said after taking a deep breath. Moreover, just a few minutes ago, Mysterious Moon annihilated one of World Dominators' 100-man teams. Annihilated? Luo Tianqing was also shocked and confused when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Is Mysterious Moon looking to die? It might be fine if it were merely a simple conflict with a few players from a different guild. World Dominators wouldn't even care if a few of its players got killed. After all, such minor conflicts were frequent in God's domain. There was no way a super guild like World Dominators would bother to pay attention to these trivial matters every day. After all, there are millions of members in the guild. There'd be no end if it tried to take care of every personal conflict that took place. However, it was different if an entire 100-man team got annihilated. It was especially true now that World Dominators had declared monopoly over the New Moon Forest. Such an act of transgression represented an entirely different meaning. War. This was a declaration of war. It had already been many years since anyone dared to declare war on a super guild. Meanwhile, the last time it happened, a first-rate guild had gotten erased from God's domain. TL notes, one even if Zero Wing had a refinement realm expert like Su Qianlu. This isn't a translation error. Shadow most likely isn't aware that Su Qianlu has become a flowing water realm expert. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120 Wing. Chapter 120 Wing. All party leaders. Contact all the nearby teams and have them gather at our location immediately." Rampant Blade shouted after getting over his shock. Gu Irin had explicitly stated in his message for all guilds affiliated with world dominators to form 1,000-man legions and surround the lake region in the New Moon Forest. Meanwhile, his goal in doing so was very obvious. Mysterious Moon had already angered world dominators. So, now, world dominators was preparing to make a move against Mysterious Moon. Under Rampant Blade's command, his party leaders promptly began contacting the other teams operating nearby, everyone reacting both anxiously and excitedly over this situation. "Quick, bring your team over. Mysterious Moon has declared war on world dominators, and world dominators is now planning on taking action against Mysterious Moon. You're going to miss the show if you don't hurry over." That's right, world dominators must be preparing to take revenge. A top-tier, first-rate guild versus a super guild. It's been many years since something like this has taken place. At this time, Shadow's members weren't the only ones excited over this situation. The members of World Dominators' other affiliated guilds operating in the New Moon Forest also grew restless over this situation. Ever since the incident where a super guild had erased a first-rate guild took place several years ago, no more of such incidents took place in God's domain. At most, conflicts between first-rate guilds and super guilds were limited to small fights. This time, however, World Dominators was evidently planning on getting serious. 100 Flow City. Inside a guild-owned 3-story mansion located along the city's main street. 1 first-rate guild, 3 second-rate guilds, and 7 third-rate guilds. It seems World Dominators is really planning on using Mysterious Moon to set an example this time. A white-clad old man sitting behind a desk muttered as he read the news he just received. "Do you think we should cooperate with World Dominators this time, Elder Lu?" A woman sitting on the sofa in front of the desk asked. The woman radiated a bold aura, and she was sipping on a cup of tea as she spoke to the white-clad old man. Witch's Sin might have become a pseudo-super first-rate guild in these past few years, but we still can't hold a candle to World Dominators. So we still need to send some people over, the old man said with a light smile. But I don't believe Mysterious Moon has gone crazy. Since they dare bare their fangs against World Dominators, they must have their reasons for doing so. Take a team with you. I'm sure Zhuo Tianquang won't make a fuss if we send a team led by one of our vice guild leaders. But remember that you're only there to spectate. You're not there to work for World Dominators. I understand, the woman said as she got up from her seat. Then, with a slight smile, she continued, I can also use this chance to pick a fight with Nightingale. Hopefully, she won't disappoint me. After saying so, the woman vanished from the office as if she had never appeared here before. It seems this little girl is still hung up over the secret pavilion's past evaluation, the white-clad old man said with a slightly bitter smile when he heard the leather-clad woman's words. The woman named Blue Sheath had been entered into the secret pavilion's rookie assassin list together with Mysterious Moon's Nightingale in the past. However, Blue Sheath was ranked one place behind Nightingale at the time. The two of them had known each other since young, and they had always been each other's rivals. So, Blue Sheath couldn't help but feel peeved over the evaluation. Initially, the old man thought that Blue Sheath had forgotten about her rivalry with Nightingale after having most of her time occupied with training under World Dominators. However, it would seem that Blue Sheath had never let go of this rivalry. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Meanwhile, during the time Witch's Sin was dispatching experts to the New Moon Forest, a commotion also took place throughout 100 Flow City. What's going on? Why are so many guild experts leaving the city together? Don't you know? Mysterious Moon declared war on World Dominators. World Dominators has decided to deal with Mysterious Moon, so it is now calling on all of its affiliated guilds to gather at the New Moon Forest. News of this has long since spread throughout the entire city. A first-rate guild is declaring war on a super guild? Did Mysterious Moon's leadership lose their minds? Who knows? Maybe Mysterious Moon is confident in winning? Not a chance. That's a super guild we're talking about. The only thing that could come of declaring war on a super guild is death. The players in 100 Flow City began discussing Mysterious Moon's actions as they watched the various large guilds' experts leaving the city in large groups. Meanwhile, opinions on Mysterious Moon were split into two camps. One camp felt that Mysterious Moon was simply seeking its own death, while the other camp felt that Mysterious Moon was worthy of becoming the various first-rate guilds' role model. Some people also felt that it might be time to rewrite God's domain's history. New Moon Forest, New Moon Lake. The silvery white lake looked like the moon from afar, and the radiance it gave off illuminated the surrounding forest. The scenery here was spectacular, and many players grinding in the New Moon Forest would often stop by this place to enjoy the view. At this moment, though, the New Moon Lake's beauty was partially eclipsed by the 10,000 or so first-rate experts gathered beside it. Most of the various guilds' experts have gathered here already. Guild Leader Gu. We can conduct a sweep of the forest at any time, Rampant Blade reported respectfully as he looked at Gu Irin, who was currently resting underneath a tree. Although Gu Irin had never cared about Shadow's affairs and never bothered to help Shadow's members grind, nobody in Shadow dared to question Gu Irin's strength and authority. Take the current situation, for example. Even though the various first-rate guilds present originated from 10 different guilds, all of them were under Gu Irin's complete control. Good. Gu Irin nodded as he swept his gaze across the small army before him. Split everyone into 1,000-man legions and search the forest. Kill all outsiders you come across. All. Rampant Blade couldn't help but ask. A guild would easily incite anger from the public if it randomly killed players out in the fields. Even when a guild blockaded a map to fight another guild, it would, at most, warn non-enemy players to leave the map. Only when these outsiders refused to abide by the warning would a guild decide to kill them. I don't want to repeat myself, Gu Irin said as he glanced at Rampant Blade. Also, notify immediately if any of you come across Mysterious Moon's core team. World dominators must be the one to annihilate them. So this is a super guild? Rampant Blade had his impression of super guilds refreshed when he saw Gu Irin's complete disregard toward making enemies. Normally, most powers in God's domain would more or less worry about involving outsiders when declaring war on others. After all, the last thing they wanted to do was to offend a power they couldn't afford to offend. However, world dominators didn't seem to care about this in the slightest. Judging by Gu Irin's tone, it would seem that he wouldn't hesitate to take action even if the other party was another super guild. Afterward, the gathered first-rate experts split into 1,000 legions and spread out in all directions, conducting a thorough search of the entire New Moon Forest. Sometime after the hunt for Mysterious Moon's members began, a ranger from Shadow urgently contacted Rampant Blade and said, "Vice Guild Leader, 2 of our assassin parties suddenly got annihilated less than 1,000 yards away from the New Moon Lake. Moreover, the people who annihilated those 2 parties are now heading toward your direction." "They're heading for us." Rampant Blade couldn't help but grow confused when he heard the ranger's report. "Can you send their images over?" They were using the New Moon Lake as their base of operations this time, to ensure that they had enough forces to dispatch as reinforcements at all times. They had kept a force of 2,000 players by the lake. Gu Irin's team from World Dominators was also on standby here. Thus, it'd be suicide for any enemies to come to their location. "Yes, I already captured their appearances with eagle eyes. I'll send the image over now," the ranger said, nodding. A moment later, an image appeared in front of Rampant Blade. The enemies that killed the 2 assassin parties only numbered a few. Meanwhile, every one of them was wearing a black cloak to hide their information. "This is Zero Wing." When Rampant Blade looked at the picture, he quickly noticed two familiar figures. Although these two players had hidden their player information, they didn't bother hiding their appearances. So, Rampant Blade instantly recognized Su Qianliu's and Blackie's faces. However, before Rampant Blade could react to this discovery, several figures gradually walked out of the forest ahead of him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. 5 is enough. Chapter 121. 5 is enough? What are they trying to do? Are they also planning to make an enemy out of world dominators? Rampant Blade was astonished and confused when Blackie and Su Qianliu walked out of the forest. It was already a well-known fact that Mysterious Moon and world dominators were at war with each other. Moreover, world dominators had also made it clear that it wouldn't forgive Mysterious Moon for this slight. It was already bad enough that Blackie and Su Qianliu's group had come to the New Moon Forest and gotten rid of two of Shadow's scout parties. After all, this was already a blatant act of provocation toward world dominators. Yet, to make matters worse, they had even appeared before Gu Iren. With the strong stance Gu Iren was taking in this war, he would absolutely make sure that Blackie and Su Qianliu's party vanished from God's domain. At this time, Rampant Blade couldn't help but feel conflicted over this situation. Whether it was Blackie or Su Qianliu, both had been his comrades for many years in Shadow. They used to go on adventures and brave all sorts of danger together. So, he did not wish to see the two falling into the abyss. However, with the situation at hand, there simply wasn't anything he could do to salvage this situation. Subsequently, the various experts gathered by the New Moon Lake also started noticing Su Qianliu's group, one after another. Haven't we blocked off the New Moon Forest already? How did these people get in? They're hiding their player information. Could they be Mysterious Moon's helpers? That's possible, but it is also possible that they are not. They might be from a superpower trying to take advantage of this situation to strike at world dominators. After all, it's not like world dominators is free of enemies. The experts present quietly discussed themselves when they saw Su Qianliu's group emerging from the forest. The current miniature ancient world was a chaotic mess as every power in God's domain sought to get a piece of the pie and become the future leader of God's domain. Meanwhile, as a super guild, World Dominators was a strong competitor for the various superpowers of God's domain. Now that Mysterious Moon had suddenly declared war on World Dominators, it wasn't strange that some superpowers had decided to muddy the waters. After Gu Iren saw Su Qianliu's group, he walked up to them and demanded, "How bold of you to come here! Who are you people? Which superpower are you from? Is it Battle Wolves? Or is it Sacred Temple?" In Gu Iren's opinion, the only outsiders who dared come to provoke World Dominators now would either be Mysterious Moon's helpers or World Dominators' rivals. Meanwhile, the possibility of Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple trying to stir up trouble was the highest. Zero Wing. Su Qianliu stated, "Zero Wing. Where is Zero Wing based? Why haven't I heard of such a superpower before? Could this be a cover name? They're wearing black cloaks to hide their identities after all. How can they possibly expose their real identities now?" The various experts present couldn't help but be surprised and confused when they heard Su Qianliu's answer. There was a limited number of superpowers in God's domain, and every one of them possessed powerful origins. Hence, any player that had played God's domain for some time would more or less know about the various superpowers. The various large guilds members even had to undergo a compulsory course on the various superpowers' basic information. Zero Wing, a piece of information suddenly flashed across Gu Iren's mind when he heard this name. Is it the new guild that former guild leader Shifeng established? Meanwhile, when Luo Tiancheng saw Su Qianliu, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Then, after racking his mind for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, You're Su Qianliu." Su Qianliu's appearance was a sight that almost all veteran members of Shadow would remember. After all, She used to be one of the most beautiful female members in Shadow. On top of that, she also used to be one of the strongest experts belonging to Shadow. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. That's right. Su Qianlu did not deny Gu Yiren's and Luo Tiancheng's words. We're not here to go against world dominators today. We're just here to settle some personal grudges. Personal grudges? Gu Yiren sneered as he suddenly thought of something. Do you mean taking care of Shadow? According to his informant, Shi Feng, the former guild leader of Shadow, had a thorough falling out with Shadow after Lan Hailong's shameless behavior. As a result, Shi Feng had publicly declared that he would erase Shadow's name from God's domain. Originally, Gu Yiren thought that Shi Feng was only speaking out of anger. He never thought that Shi Feng actually planned on carrying out his words. At this time, Shi Feng, who had hidden both his information and appearance, suddenly said, "That's right. We hope that unrelated people do not interfere to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings." In reality, Shi Feng could have let Mysterious Moon take care of a second-rate like Shadow. However, after thinking it over, he decided that it'd be best if he erased Shadow from God's domain with his own hands. You want to deal with one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds right in front of our eyes? Do you think we'll allow that? Gu Yiren asked, laughing. Don't you think you're being too arrogant? Do you take World Dominators for a decoration? That's right. Who do you think you are? One of the 5 great super guilds? Luo Tiancheng said, fanning the flames. With just the 5 of you, do you really think you can do anything to Shadow? The other members of Shadow also nodded in agreement, a nonchalant expression on their faces. Shadow had well over 1,000 first-rate experts gathered by the New Moon Lake right now. Among them, there are even a bunch of half-step refinement realm experts. With such a force, they could even take on 2 mythic monsters simultaneously, let alone 5 measly players. In response, Shi Feng said in a definitive tone, 5 is enough! 5 is enough? Gu Yiren couldn't help but laugh. Then his gaze grew cold as he said, In that case, let me see how you 5 are going to fight us. After saying so, Gu Yiren waved his hand. Immediately, 24 refinement realm experts from World Dominators charged at Shi Feng's party of 5. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1, 22, Difference in Strength. Chapter 1, 22, Difference in Strength. 24 refinement realm experts. Rampant Blade's expression grew somber when he saw World Dominators' experts charging toward Blackie and Su Qianlu's party. He didn't think that Gu Yiren's team members would be this powerful. It was true that Su Qianlu and Blackie were considered experts, even by first-rate guild standards. It was especially true for Su Qianlu. Not only did she reach the refinement realm long ago, but it was even rumored that she had reached the flowing water realm already. However, even a flowing water realm expert would find it difficult to go up against 24 refinement realm experts simultaneously. Not to mention, these were refinement realm experts from World Dominators, a super guild. Not only did they have much better training, but they were also fully equipped with epic weapons and equipment. You overconfident fools. Do you think World Dominators will hold back against you? Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Shi Feng's party. World Dominators was a super guild. There was no way it would sit by and watch as one of its affiliated guilds got targeted. It would become a joke in God's domain if it did that. The 24 refinement realm experts reached within 50 yards of Shi Feng's party in the blink of an eye. Then, every one of them began revealing their strongest moves, none of them intending to hold back or play around with Shi Feng's party. At a glance, one could tell that these were all veteran experts with real experiences clashing with other players. Restrict them. In response to the 24 refinement realm experts' assault, Blackie waved his staff and cast a spell without chanting an incantation. Even the mana fluctuations that came from him were incredibly weak. Boom! Along with a loud bang, several hundred shadow vines emerged from the ground beneath the 24 Refinement Realm experts' feet. In addition, from start to end, none of the shadow vines radiated any mana fluctuations. The appearance of these vines swift and silent. What? Double speed casting. Rampant Blade was shocked when he saw Blackie's attack. He felt as if he was coming to know Blackie for the first time. Double speed casting. This was a spell casting technique that only an extremely few magical class experts could master. Even most Refinement Realm experts were incapable of such a feat yet. Now, not only did Blackie effortlessly execute a double speed casting, but his mana control was so excellent that he had leaked hardly any mana throughout the entire spellcasting process. The level of technique Blackie had just displayed was something even Flowing Water Realm experts could not accomplish. Similar to Rampant Blade, the 24 Refinement Realm experts were similarly caught off guard by Blackie's response. The speed of spells might not be as fast as melee attacks, but spells made up for their lack of speed with numbers. Meanwhile, the countermeasure experts had developed to counter offensive spells with a large number of attacks was to detect the mana fluctuations caused by the spell targeted at them and take evasive measures in advance. However, if a spell gave off no mana fluctuations during its formation, it'd be nigh impossible to dodge it preemptively. In such a scenario, the only response one could make was to prepare oneself to block the spell. The next moment, the several hundred shadow vines lashed out at the Refinement Realm experts simultaneously, causing these experts to lose at least 1/3 of their HP. Some had even lost half of their HP. The appearances of these experts were also reduced to a mess, and they looked nothing like an expert team from World Dominators. What a powerful magical class expert! Blue Sheath, who was spectating the battle from a distant treetop, couldn't help but focus her gaze on Blackie. World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts all possessed strength rivaling Grand Lords of the same level. Yet, even though these experts had blocked the shadow vines attacking them, they had still lost over 1/3 of their HP. In God's domain, the power of spells relied on 2 factors. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The first factor was the player's basic attributes, while the other factor was the spell's completion rate. Of these 2 factors, the latter played an especially important role. With a sufficiently high spell completion rate, one spell could exhibit power several magnitudes greater than a similar spell cast by a player with the exact same basic attributes. Although Blackie's aura felt extraordinary in Blue Sheath's eyes, it was at most on par with World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts. This meant that both sides should possess roughly similar basic attributes. Thus, the reason Blackie managed to cause so much damage to those Refinement Realm experts, despite this fact, must mean that his spell completion rate was extremely high. Impossible. Luo Tiancheng's eyes bulged when he saw the effect of Blackie's spell. How did he get so strong? The 24 Refinement Realm experts made up a frightening force. Yet, with just a simple wave of his staff, Blackie had not only stopped these 24 Refinement Realm experts' assault, but he had even reduced them into a miserable mess. Luo Tiancheng was fully aware of Blackie's standards. Back when Blackie was still with Shadow, he had only been a member of the guild's middle management. Moreover, he was focused mainly on handling guild affairs, and his combat standard was only at the level of first-rate experts. He couldn't even be considered one of the top-ranking experts in the guild. Yet, what was with this situation? Meanwhile, after Sherfong took a look at World Dominators' Refinement Realm experts, he turned toward Happy Snow the Berserker and said, "Go and help Blackie. It'll be tough for him to deal with these people alone." After all was said and done, Blackie still hadn't reached the Refinement Realm standard. While he might have a gold mana body, the Holy Annihilation mana technique, and the Ancient Mana equipment set helping him, He could still die easily if he got caught in a melee or targeted by numerous ranged attacks. Simply put, Blackie was currently a glass cannon. He might have astonishing offensive capabilities, but he wouldn't last more than a few moves in an actual duel with a refinement realm expert. Fine then. I'll use these guys to test my recent improvements, Happy Snow said, curling her lips in dissatisfaction. Immediately, Happy Snow unsheathed the two-handed saber hung on her back. Then, in the blink of an eye, she instantly appeared amidst the 24 refinement realm experts, her speed superior to even assassins of the same level. Subsequently, before World Dominators' refinement realm experts could react, Happy Snow swung her massive saber at the nearest shield warrior. Advanced combat technique, Wolf Pack. Happy Snow's saber instantly transformed into 5 phantom wolves that pounced at the shield warrior. However, the shield warrior was no pushover. Although he had reacted slowly to Happy Snow's appearance, as soon as he noticed Happy Snow attacking him, he promptly raised his shield and activated the Tier 3 defensive skill Iron Wall. Aside from increasing his defense by 200% and reaction speed by 50%, the skill also reduced the numbing effects he suffered by 100%. Other than the shield warrior, a nearby oracle also quickly reacted to Happy Snow's attack. Immediately, the oracle cast a defensive barrier on the shield warrior, the barrier nearly doubling the shield warrior's maximum HP. Boom! When the first phantom wolf collided with the shield warrior's shield, the shield warrior stumbled 1 step backward and nearly lost his balance. As a result, when the second phantom wolf struck, the shield warrior promptly lost his balance and fell on his back. Immediately afterward, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th phantom wolves pounced on the shield warrior afterward, instantly tearing through the oracle's barrier and reducing the shield warrior's HP to 0. The shield warrior had died so quickly that the nearby healers didn't even have time to heal him. She killed him in 1 move. Rampant Blade couldn't help but gape in shock when he saw Happy Snow killing the shield warrior after just 1 exchange. Rampant Blade had seen Happy Snow before, and he knew that the little girl had only reached the refinement realm recently. Yet now, she had instantly killed a veteran refinement realm expert. It was simply unbelievable. Not bad. I like this feeling, Happy Snow stated excitedly as she looked at the shield warrior's vanishing body. Not only did the ancient mana equipment set increase her skill completion rate, but it had also improved the density of her mana and her control over mana. Because of this, she had a much easier time executing combat techniques, and she became able to execute Wolf Pack effortlessly. If it was before she acquired this set, she wouldn't have been able to make use of the advanced combat technique in actual combat. Of course, the ancient mana equipment set wasn't the only factor contributing to her success. A more important factor was the ancient god's blood Sherfong had given to her. Thanks to the ancient god's blood, her mana body had also reached the gold rank. Moreover, it was even a peak gold mana body. This improvement had cleared up her mind significantly, and she could now execute combat techniques much more efficiently. Previously, she could only create 4 phantom wolves when executing Wolf Pack. Moreover, it was also under a practice setting. Now, not only could she freely execute the combat technique in battle, but she could even create 5 phantom wolves with it. What power! Is she a monster? When the other experts from World Dominators saw their companion getting killed, they couldn't help but gulp nervously. If Happy Snow could kill even a shield warrior in 1 move, it went without saying that she could do the same for other classes. To make matters worse, they still had to keep an eye out for Blackie's ranged attacks. If they received a direct hit from one of Blackie's spells, they wouldn't even know how they died. Meanwhile, seeing World Dominators' experts growing cautious, Sherfong asked, "Do you still want to continue? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 123, One Sword for Thousands. Chapter 123, One Sword for Thousands. Although Sherfong spoke in a calm and low voice, Nobody present dared to underestimate him. Previously, everyone thought that Shi Feng was simply spouting nonsense when he said that just the 5 of them were enough. However, after seeing Blackie's and Happy Snow's overwhelming performance, nobody doubted Shi Feng's words anymore. The combat power Blackie and Happy Snow displayed was something only Apex experts could exhibit in the current miniature ancient world. 24 Refinement Realm experts couldn't even serve as a warm-up for these 2 players. Only the various super guilds' Apex experts could possibly fight the 2 of them. It seems Zero Wing cannot be underestimated. Despite being a new guild, it has so many powerful experts. Indeed, but World Dominators isn't a pushover either. With only 5 players, Zero Wing will still have difficulty targeting Shadow's members. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the various large guilds' experts couldn't help but turn toward Gu Irin. Currently, Gu Irin still held the initiative in his hands. After all, World Dominators currently had the entire New Moon Forest on lockdown. Now, it was up to him to decide whether they would fight or not. If Gu Irin chose to fight, his side would most likely sustain severe losses, and his progress in the miniature ancient world would slow down significantly. However, if Gu Irin chose not to fight, his reputation among World Dominators' various affiliated guilds would most likely plummet. His actions might even end up affecting World Dominators' prestige. 2 experts with Apex level strength, is it? I can see why you dare to behave so boldly, Gu Irin said as he looked at Shi Feng coldly. However, don't forget where this place is. Apex experts might be powerful, but they aren't invincible in the miniature ancient world. As soon as Gu Irin finished speaking, the various guilds' experts promptly advanced and got ready for battle, their numbers exceeding 2,000. Aside from first-rate experts, there were also some Refinement Realm and Half-Step Refinement Realm experts among these 2,000-plus players. Even if they were up against 2 experts with Apex-level strength, they could rely on Zerg tactics to whittle down and kill the opponent. After all, there was a limit to a player's stamina and concentration. Take Happy Snow, for example. While it was true that she had killed a shield warrior in 1 move, she had done so with the help of an advanced combat technique, something that cost a significant amount of stamina and concentration to use. How about giving up now, mister? Nobody can annihilate Shadow today. Tao Yue, who stood behind Gu Irin this entire time, suddenly stepped forward to advise Shi Feng. World Dominators has similarly dispatched Apex experts to the New Moon Forest. If the battle drags out, you won't even have the chance to escape later. The various guilds' experts also nodded in agreement with Tao Yue's words. In reality, none of them wished to fight against Shi Feng's group of 5. However, Gu Irin had already made himself clear that he wouldn't let Shi Feng touch Shadow. Thus, even if it meant dying and losing a level, they needed to stop Shi Feng's party. Otherwise, World Dominators would make it so that they couldn't continue surviving in God's domain. So what you're saying is, instead of answering Tao Yue's question, Shi Feng smiled and asked, "You're not going to give way?" "You can think of it that way," Tao Yue said nonchalantly. If she came across Shi Feng's party under normal circumstances, she absolutely wouldn't dare to antagonize them at all. This was because her guild wouldn't go out of its way to target a domain realm expert for her sake alone. However, she was currently working under Zhuo Tianquang's orders, and they were also currently in the middle of a guild war. If Shi Feng's party killed them, their guild would definitely avenge them for the sake of its reputation. Not to mention, so long as Shi Feng's party dared make a move, she would promptly contact Zhuo Tianquang and notify him about the situation here. With a force of over 2,000 first-rate experts, they had more than enough fodder to keep Shi Feng's party busy until Zhuo Tianquang and the other Apex experts arrived. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. In that case, you can be buried together with Shadow. Shi Feng absolutely wouldn't let go of this opportunity to heavily damage Shadow. Immediately, he unsheathed the winter of eternal night and enveloped the many experts present in his mana domain. A mana domain? How does he have a mana domain at Tier 3? The various large guilds' experts were dumbfounded when they felt Shifeng's frightening mana enveloping their bodies. Disappear. Shifeng swung the winter of eternal night horizontally. Second sword, Holy Devour. Even with the ancient mana equipment sets bonuses, it was still a significant burden for Shifeng to execute Holy Devour. If he tried to execute Holy Devour at full power, he could, at most, use it 3 times in a battle. After 3 executions, he would immediately fall into a mentally weakened state. Thus, this was a trump card he wouldn't casually use under normal circumstances. However, out of all the attacks in Shifeng's repertoire, Holy Devour had the largest AoE. Shifeng was only a Tier 3 player right now. If he had to kill 2,000 plus first-rate experts one by one, he'd die from exhaustion before he could even get rid of all of them. Thus, the best solution was to use an attack with a big AoE and reduce the enemy's numbers as much as possible. Then he would leave the rest for Su Qianlu and the others to deal with. Not good. Meanwhile, when Blue Sheath saw the sudden change in Shifeng's aura, she instinctively executed Shadow Walk, an advanced combat technique, and distanced herself from the battlefield. She had also activated Shadow Flash, a Tier 3 life-saving skill that increased her movement speed by 300% for 5 seconds. While retreating, though, she kept a constant look over the battlefield, ensuring she didn't miss out on anything. The next moment, before Blue Sheath could move even 100 yards away from her previous location, a scorching light suddenly enveloped her vision, the light incinerating everything in its path and shattering even space itself. This Blue Sheath was dumbfounded. One attack. It was only one attack. With just one attack, Shifeng had extinguished the lives of nearly half of the 2,000 plus experts, erasing even their ashes from the battlefield. TL notes: 1 Apex experts and experts with Apex level strength. Apex experts refer to domain realm experts. Experts with Apex level strength refer to expert players capable of exhibiting the raw power of domain realm experts. They aren't necessarily domain realm experts, though. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. End of an Era. Chapter 124. End of an Era. What is this? Isn't he just Tier 3? How can he have such power? He can already shatter space at Tier 3. Could he be a god-ranked expert? When the experts caught outside of Shifeng's mana domain saw the fragmented void in front of them, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They had seen experts shattering space with their attacks before. On the main continent, any Tier 4 expert could easily accomplish such a feat. Some of them even used to be Tier 4 experts on the main continent. However, the miniature ancient world had only opened recently. It was impossible for players to even reach level 120 at this stage of the game, let alone Tier 4. Yet the cloaked man before them had accomplished a feat that could typically only be accomplished by Tier 4 players. With just one singular attack, he had exhibited power on par with Tier 4 taboo skills at Tier 3. At this moment, there was only one plausible explanation everyone could come up with for this unbelievable situation. A Tier 6 god-ranked expert. An existence capable of turning the impossible possible. Shadow is really finished this time. When Rampant Blade saw Shadow's experts disappearing without a trace, he couldn't help but turn to look at the proud figures of Su Qianlu and the others, his eyes full of bitterness and lamentation. In the past, he used to hold the same position as Su Qianlu as one of Shadow's 5 demon generals. Yet, in the time it took him to reach the refinement realm, Su Qianlu and Blackie had already become existences that even world dominators found tricky to deal with. The two of them were even capable of killing refinement realm experts, like ants. In reality, Rampant Blade had felt that Sher Feng was joking when he heard about the other party's declaration to erase Shadow from God's domain. After all, there was simply too significant of a gap between Shadow and Zero Wing. Now, however, over 80% of the experts Shadow had dispatched to the miniature ancient world had just been killed. On the surface, it might seem as if these experts had just lost a level and a piece of equipment. However, in the current state of the miniature ancient world, this was an irrecoverable loss. After all, these experts were all geared with top-tier weapons and equipment that Shadow had paid a huge price to procure. It wouldn't be an easy task to replace all of these items. Meanwhile, before they could recover these lost items, Shadow would be much more restricted in what it could do in the miniature ancient world. Needless to say, it'd also be impossible for Shadow's experts to catch up to the experts of other guilds in terms of levels. Simply put, Shadow had already lost its initiative in the miniature ancient world. It had already been kicked off the front lines and lost the opportunity to contest crucial resources. Naturally, all of the investments it had made thus far were also for naught. However, these losses still weren't the biggest problem. The biggest problem Shadow now faced was Zero Wing's Tier 6 God-ranked expert. If it were before the Secret Pavilion's recent move, it wouldn't have been a significant problem for Shadow to be targeted by a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. After all, the God-ranked expert in question wasn't on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shadow's main source of income remained on the main continent. However, the various powers of God's domain were currently frantically competing for the miniature ancient world's resources. Among these powers, there were bound to be some who wouldn't mind destroying Shadow, both on the main continent and in the miniature ancient world, if they could gain a Tier 6 God-ranked expert's favor. Not to mention, they could also reduce the number of competition they needed to face in God's domain. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, Blue Sheath couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw that Sher Feng had stopped attacking. What rotten luck. I nearly got killed just now, Blue Sheath muttered under her breath. The attack just now had triggered all of her danger senses, and she felt as if her life was hanging by a thread. It had already been many years since she had experienced such a feeling. What the hell is Shadow thinking? Even world dominators wouldn't dare to recklessly provoke a God-ranked expert. But after this mess, world dominators will have no choice but to pick a fight with this God-ranked expert. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The experts of one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds had just been annihilated. Even if World Dominators was reluctant to, it would have no choice but to go after Zero Wing. Otherwise, it had become a laughingstock among the various powers, and no power would be willing to attach themselves to it. Meanwhile, during the time Blue Sheath was resting, sounds of battle suddenly came from a different location. Moreover, these sounds were rather loud, and Blue Sheath could hear them clearly even though the battle took place several hundred yards away. What's causing such a loud commotion? Has Zhua Tianquang's legion finally started clashing with Mysterious Moon's experts? A hint of anticipation appeared in Blue Sheath's eyes as she looked at the intermittent flashes coming from a distant part of the forest. Immediately, she went into stealth and dashed toward the other battlefield. Anyone capable of causing such a huge commotion in the current miniature ancient world must possess strength at the Tier 4 standard. Out of World Dominators' forces scattered across the New Moon Forest, only the Trump Card Legion, led by Zhua Tianquang, possessed Tier 4 combatants. Meanwhile, if Zhua Tianquang's legion was making a move, it went without saying that they had discovered Mysterious Moon's members. Thus, Blue Sheath needed to head over to the other battlefield immediately. Otherwise, she might miss out on her chance to challenge Nightingale. Boom! 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 As the sounds of battle continued echoing throughout the forest, Blue Sheath arrived within 100 yards of the battlefield. There were several hundred players fighting on the battlefield right now. Of the two clashing sides, the side with greater numbers consisted of players wearing World Dominators' guild emblem, while the side with fewer numbers consisted of players wearing Mysterious Moon's guild emblem. Meanwhile, after observing the battle for a moment, Blue Sheath couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? Logically, world dominators should have been at an absolute advantage thanks to their overwhelming numbers. Yet now, world dominators' members were fighting a retreating battle, their team of several hundred members getting pummeled by Mysterious Moon's several dozen members. At this moment, even world dominators' Zhuo Tianquang was getting pinned down by Mysterious Moon's vice guild leader, Crimson Seal. However, this still wasn't the most shocking part. What astonished Blue Sheath the most would still have to be the sight of the silver-haired female assassin dashing around the battlefield, killing one player after another. Meanwhile, this silver-haired assassin was also the opponent Blue Sheath was seeking to challenge, Nightingale. Currently, Nightingale wore leather armor engraved with magic patterns, and her body radiated mana from top to bottom. The mana she radiated had even taken on a faint, misty form. As for the two crescent blades she wielded, they were like demonic claws that tore through everything in their path. Even Lonely Dragon, a Hammer Knight, and Zhuo Tianquang's vice commander couldn't face Nightingale's attacks directly. When confronted with Nightingale's attacks, his only option was to rely on his footwork to evade Nightingale's attacks. Even then, he didn't last more than 30 seconds before he lost all of his HP to Nightingale's crescent blades. The current Nightingale was so strong that even Blue Sheath dared not move forward to challenge her. Moreover, Nightingale wasn't the only anomaly on this battlefield. The other Mysterious Moon experts were also exhibiting extraordinary combat power. 40. Since when did Mysterious Moon have so many experts with near Tier 4 strength? After observing the battle for some time, Blue Sheath finally understood why World Dominators' members were at such a severe disadvantage. Although Mysterious Moon only had 40 members on this battlefield, every one of them was an expert with combat power nearing the Tier 4 standard. This number was double of what World Dominators' side possessed. Even though World Dominators' side had more players, most of these players were of no help whatsoever. In front of an expert with near Tier 4 strength, ordinary Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts were nothing more than cannon fodder. After the battle continued for a few more minutes, Zhuo Tianquang had finally died after getting besieged by several Mysterious Moon experts. Along with Zhuo Tianquang's death, the final member of World Dominators' Trump Card Legion had also disappeared from the New Moon Forest. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, 100 Flow City in an Uproar. Chapter 125, 100 Flow City in an Uproar. Jinhai City, downtown area, Lawn Family Mansion. What? Nearly all of our experts in 100 Flow City got annihilated. Impossible. Hadn't you been moving with World Dominators? How can nearly all of you get killed? Also, you all got killed by Zero Wing of all guilds. Lan Hailong, dressed in a collared suit with two female secretaries standing by his side, bellowed as he glared at Luo Tianqing through the video call. When he heard the news Luo Tianqing suddenly brought him, he couldn't help but shoot up from his seat, the grape wine in his hand spilling all over the floor. Zero Wing was nothing but a small guild established by someone he had dismissed from his guild. Yet now he was being told that this small guild had eradicated nearly all of his guild's experts. How could he possibly believe this? The most ridiculous part about this was that Zero Wing had accomplished this feat with only one player. It's true, Chairman Lan, Luo Tianqing said with a helpless and bitter smile. Moreover, it isn't just us who got done in. Guild leader Gu and his team also got wiped out by that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing. According to Guild leader Gu's analysis, he suspects that person might be a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. One attack! With just one attack, that mysterious swordsman from Zero Wing had snuffed out the lives of over 1,000 players. The attack had happened so quickly and suddenly that Luo Tiancheng didn't even manage to react to it. Before he knew it, the world around him had turned gray, and his connection with his body was forcibly disconnected. The only thing he managed to see was a cloaked figure holding a sword in the distance. A god-ranked expert. Impossible. How can a small guild have ties with a god-ranked expert? Also, Guirin is one of World Dominator's top-tier geniuses. Even a god-ranked expert won't have an easy time killing him in the miniature ancient world. Lan Hailong instinctively refused to believe Luo Tiancheng's words. Guirin was one of the people World Dominators had tasked with managing its affiliated guilds in the miniature ancient world. Setting aside the fact that Guirin was a flowing water realm expert, just the fact that he was considered a top-tier genius in World Dominators meant that he would have received some tools that could save him during desperate times. The various superpowers might not care much about the lives of their normal members, but it was a different story for the lives of their top-tier geniuses. The cost of even a single death was high in the miniature ancient world. If the various superpowers wanted to ensure their advantage in the miniature ancient world, they would definitely do everything they could to prevent their top-tier geniuses from dying. As a super guild, there was no way World Dominators would supply its top-tier geniuses with life-saving items. Meanwhile, just like Lan Hailong surmised, Guirin had indeed received life-saving items from his guild. With the items he had, he could easily survive an assassination attempt from even domain realm experts. Unfortunately, Guirin hadn't expected Shifeng's attack to be so strong and fast. Everything happened so quickly that he had already gotten killed before he even realized what was going on. Naturally, he didn't have time to use his life-saving items either. Otherwise, even if Shifeng's attack could shatter space, he couldn't have stopped the activation of a Tier 4 teleportation scroll. I'm telling the truth, Chairman Lan. You can ask Guild Leader Gu about this yourself, Luo Tiancheng said. When he saw Lan Hailong's crazed expression, he could understand what was going through the other party's mind. If he were standing in Lan Hailong's shoes, he wouldn't have been able to accept this situation either. In order to capitalize on the miniature ancient world's benefits, Shadow had borrowed a lot of credits to gear its experts with level 100 epic weapons and equipment. After all, Shadow's experts had achieved significant improvements in their combat standards after receiving World Dominators' training resources. If they combined their improved combat standards with epic weapons and equipment, they could go against even the experts of first-rate guilds. Yet now, after taking a deep breath, Lan Hailong asked, How many? How many epic weapons and equipment did we lose? Roughly 500 pieces, Luo Tiancheng answered carefully. Although Shadow had suffered over 1,000 casualties in the fight with Zero Wing, not everyone was geared with epic weapons and equipment. After all, even if Shadow had the money, there weren't that many level 100 epic weapons and equipment available for sale. At a reasonable price, that is. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Because the various powers were frantically buying up epic weapons and equipment, the average price of these items had also skyrocketed. With Shadow's limited financial strength, it could only equip around half of its experts with epic weapons and equipment. Hence, the loss they suffered wasn't as terrible as one would expect. However, Lan Hailong nearly fainted when he heard Luo Tiancheng's answer. The average price of a piece of level 100 epic equipment was 300,000 credits, while the price of a level 100 epic weapon was 700,000 credits. If he assumed half of the epic items lost were weapons, his total loss would reach 250 million credits. He had already invested all of the money he had into the miniature ancient world. A loss of 250 million was no different than a stab to his heart. World Dominators. Is World Dominators not going to do anything about this situation? Lan Hailong asked, a glimmer of hope appearing in his heart. Shadow was one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds, and its experts had suffered annihilation while carrying out a mission for World Dominators. By reason, world dominators should avenge Shadow. If that happened, there was a high chance that Shadow could recover the weapons and equipment it lost. Even if they couldn't recover those items, so long as world dominators offered to help Shadow in 100 Flow City, Shadow would still have a chance to return to the miniature ancient world's front lines in the future. However, as soon as Lan Hailong finished asking his question, a voice came from beside Luo Tiancheng. That's unlikely to happen. Mysterious Moon has already annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions that are stationed in 100 Flow City. World Dominators lost? You're saying World Dominators, a super guild, lost? Lan Hailong was dumbfounded as he looked at Rampant Blade, who had appeared in the video call. At this time, let alone Lan Hailong, even Luo Tiancheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded by the news Rampant Blade shared. It was already unbelievable that Zero Wing had a Tier 6 God-ranked expert helping it. However, a first-rate guild defeating a super guild was even more unbelievable. Even if it were only 3 of a super guild's legions, this matter still sounded like fantasy. At the same time, news of World Dominators' defeat also quickly spread throughout the entire 100 Flow City. This is crazy. This world must be going crazy. I didn't think Mysterious Moon had hidden its strength so well. I can't believe even World Dominators is no match for Mysterious Moon. Sure enough, times are changing in God's domain. When the various powers and players learned of this shocking piece of news, some felt admiration toward Mysterious Moon, while some felt that World Dominators had weakened. Most importantly, everyone had come to realize one thing. Super guilds were no longer unbeatable existences. Because of this situation, many powers that had been accumulating their strength in secret had begun growing restless, and all of them were thinking of challenging the various superpowers' authority. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, Saint Legacy? Chapter 126, Saint Legacy? 100 Flow City, Witch's Sin's Residence. 40? You're saying Mysterious Moon has 40 experts with strength nearing the Tier 4 standard? Lu Wuxing asked, greatly surprised when he heard Blue Sheath's report. Then realization dawned upon him as he said, no wonder World Dominators stayed silent after losing to Mysterious Moon. Without mobilizing all of its forces, there's no way World Dominators can deal with those 40 experts. The public was only aware that Mysterious Moon had won against World Dominators, not how Mysterious Moon had achieved this victory. Although this information was already plenty shocking, it was nothing compared to the information Blue Sheath brought back. I thought World Dominators would try to recover its lost reputation immediately, but it seems that won't be happening anytime soon, Lu Wuxing said as he stroked his beard. I have truly underestimated Mysterious Moon. I didn't think they would actually be so far ahead of Witch's Sin. That's right. I didn't think that Mysterious Moon has hidden its strength so deeply, Blue Sheath said, nodding in agreement. Challenging a superpower was a necessary process for all first-rate guilds. Only when a first-rate guild had managed to achieve a victory against a superpower would the other powers in God's domain recognize it as a superpower. Otherwise, nobody would be convinced of the first-rate guild status, and nobody would fear it as they would fear a superpower. However, while Mysterious Moon might have snatched the initiative, it is Witch's Sin's turn to make a move next. Lu Wuxing said, his voice filled with determination. Actually, Mysterious Moon's matter isn't the most shocking thing I saw today, Elder Lu, Blue Sheath suddenly said. Before I discovered Mysterious Moon's fight with World Dominators, I saw something even more amazing. Something even more amazing. Lu Wuxing couldn't help but be a little surprised. If news of Mysterious Moon having 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength got out, it would most likely shake the entire miniature ancient world. Nobody would think that World Dominators had grown weaker after losing to Mysterious Moon, either. On the contrary, They would think that world dominators' defeat was inevitable. So, Lu Wuxing found it hard to believe that there was something even more amazing than this matter. A Tier 6 sword god has entered the miniature ancient world, Blue Sheath said, uttering every word loudly and clearly. Moreover, I can guarantee that it's a sword god that I have never seen before. A never-before-seen sword god in the miniature ancient world. Lu Wuxing felt a chill crawling down his spine when he heard Blue Sheath's words. Are you certain? It should be known that Tier 6 god-ranked experts were high and mighty existences. Even if the miniature ancient world had a lot of opportunities and potentially even housed god legacies, these opportunities were nothing to a true Tier 6 god-ranked expert. There was no way a god-ranked expert would do something as stupid as abandoning their Tier 6 status and restarting their progress in the miniature ancient world. Even the 5 great super guilds wouldn't do such a thing. The reason for this was simple. The birth of every Tier 6 god-ranked expert required an astronomical amount of 7 luminaries crystals. It was why only the strongest among first-rate guilds possessed Tier 6 god-ranked experts, while the various superpowers had the 7 luminaries crystals to produce multiple god-ranked experts. They definitely couldn't afford to waste these resources. Hence, there shouldn't exist a Tier 6 god-ranked expert in the entire miniature ancient world. If such an expert existed, there could only be one explanation. An outer world player. I have a record of the battle, Blue Sheath said as she forwarded the video she recorded of Shifeng's battle. A saint legacy. This was the first thought that came to Lu Wuxing's mind after watching the video. Most people would only take Shifeng's attack at face value when they saw the attack-shattering space. However, as a Tier 5 divine mage and someone incredibly close to reaching Tier 6, Lu Wuxing possessed much greater knowledge than most players. Meanwhile, thanks to his knowledge, Lu Wuxing could tell that the main reason Shifeng could exhibit such power with his attack was due to his extraordinary control and usage of mana. The level of control and usage Shifeng had exhibited was simply unheard of. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Out of all the existences Lu Wuxing could think of, the saints of legends, individuals who had reached the extremities of one particular field, should be the only existences capable of manipulating mana in such a precise and ingenious manner. Hence, he concluded that in addition to being a Tier 6 god-ranked expert, Shifeng must also have a saint legacy. I believe Mysterious Moon shares a close relationship with this sword god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in the New Moon Forest when Mysterious Moon was challenging world dominators, Blue Sheath said, offering her opinion on the matter. No, you're completely mistaken, Lu Wuxing said, shaking his head. Or, more specifically, everyone in 100 Flow City is mistaken. This god-ranked expert didn't appear because Mysterious Moon decided to challenge world dominators. Instead, it is because Mysterious Moon has formed a partnership with this god-ranked expert beforehand that had dared to challenge world dominators. 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength. This was a force only a veteran super guild like world dominators could muster at this stage of the game. Newer super guilds and other superpowers couldn't muster such a force even if they wanted to. Mysterious Moon was merely a first-rate guild that didn't even have a Tier 6 god-ranked expert. How the hell did it come to possess so many experts of such caliber? What should we do about this, Elder Lu? Blue Sheath asked. After thinking it over, she felt that Elder Lu's words made sense. Otherwise, she'd have no way to explain how Nightingale, someone slightly weaker than her in terms of combat standard, possessed the ability to kill a domain realm expert like World Dominators' Hammer Knight, Lonely Dragon. Go and get ready. It's about time we visit Zero Wing as well, Lu Wuxing said, smiling as he stood up from his seat. We can't let Mysterious Moon monopolize everything. Good things must be shared. I understand. Blue Sheath nodded. I'll have people find out where Zero Wing is based immediately." After saying so, Blue Sheath vanished from the conference room, leaving Lu Wuxing by himself. An Outer World player, is it? It seems it's about time we break free from World Dominators' control, Lu Wuxing muttered as he looked out the window. Witch's Sin had already reached the standard of a super first-rate guild 3 years ago. Its strength had long since gone beyond the level of even top-tier first-rate guilds. In addition to having 2 publicly known Tier 6 God-ranked experts, it also had one other Tier 6 God-ranked expert in secret. With 3 Tier 6 God-ranked experts and the guild's near-perfect guild legacy that allowed it to nurture players systematically until the Void Realm, Witch's Sin was more than qualified to become a super first-rate guild. Even actual super first-rate guilds were no better than Witch's Sin in these regards. However, Witch's Sin still chose to conceal its strength and hide behind world dominators. This was because the leadership of Witch's Sin understood that it still wasn't time for their guild to reveal its strength. They understood that the pool of water known as God's Domain was much deeper than most people thought. It definitely wasn't as shallow as it seemed. 3 God-ranked experts were far from enough to accomplish anything great in God's Domain. Witch's Sin still required an opportunity. Meanwhile, now was the chance for Witch's Sin to rise. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3055_100 Flow City, New Moon Forest. 100 Flow City, New Moon Forest. After Shi Feng exterminated shadows and world dominators as experts, the other experts on the battlefield promptly scattered like a bunch of frightened birds, leaving only Shi Feng's party of 5 behind. In no time at all, the previously lively surroundings of the New Moon Lake had become desolate and silent. "You're too cruel, guild leader. You ruined my wonderful training opportunity." Happy Snow complained when she looked at the desolate lakeside area. "I'm already close to breaking through the last barrier. All I needed was to spar with a few more Flowing Water Realm experts." Flowing Water Realm experts were incredibly rare in God's Domain, and opportunities to spar with such experts were even rarer. Unless she went knocking on the door of a guild with Flowing Water Realm experts, it was unlikely that she would come across such opportunities. Meanwhile, out of the affiliated guilds world dominators had gathered today, some of them had dispatched Flowing Water Realm experts. Yet, the battle was already over after she had the chance to execute only one move. The Flowing Water Realm experts, standing behind Gu Iren, didn't even get the chance to make a move before Shi Feng killed them. It is indeed a pity. Su Qianlu also revealed a disappointed look in regards to this situation. If Shi Feng hadn't made a move, she could have gotten the chance to spar with true experts like Gu Iren. Gu Iren and his subordinates had trained under Super Guild, so their foundations must be greater than the average Flowing Water Realm expert. If she could spar with such experts, she could definitely improve her combat standards. Can you 2 battle maniacs stop being ungrateful? I think the guild leader's actions are right. See how much work he saved you guys? Blackie reprimanded, curling his lips as he looked at the weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. If we had to kill them one after another, most of Shadow's experts would have fled after realizing they're no match for us. If we allowed that to happen, what's the point of us coming over to intercept them in the first place? There were only 2 ways to affect a guild in God's Domain. The first way was through targeting a guild's experts. The second way was through targeting a guild's income. If one caused sufficient damage through any of these 2 methods, one could erase a guild from God's Domain. Meanwhile, their goal this time was to target Shadow's experts. Apart from being the symbol of Shadow, these experts were also the strength Shadow relied on to raid team dungeons. Without these experts, Shadow would no longer have a stable supply of high-quality weapons and equipment. If it became known that Shadow lacked the ability to raid high-difficulty team dungeons and secure high-quality weapons and equipment, who'd possibly be willing to join or stay in Shadow. Eventually, Shadow would gradually lose its members and eventually be forced to disband. However, whether it was Su Qianlu or Happy Snow, neither of them bothered themselves with internal affairs. They remained oblivious to the importance of high-quality weapons and equipment to an organization in God's domain. They also didn't know how to cherish a good opportunity to secure a bunch of high-quality weapons and equipment. From how Blackie looked at it, if it weren't for Firecloud sacrificing all of his time and energy managing internal affairs, Su Qianliu's 1,000-flow adventure team would have never managed to survive in the Black Dragon Empire. Now that Happy Snow and Su Qianlu had joined Zero Wing, they became even more unhinged. They paid zero attention to the guild's internal affairs and focused entirely on improving their strength. It was especially true after they acquired the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. Both of them had become crazed battle maniacs. "All right, hurry up and collect the loot," Shifeng said as he watched Su Qianlu and Blackie bickering with each other. He wasn't surprised that they had differing opinions, though. Or, more specifically, he had already gotten used to this situation. After all, when they were in Shadow, Blackie was responsible for managing internal affairs, while Su Qianlu was responsible for managing external affairs. It was also the same case in Zero Wing during Shifeng's previous life. This battle is only a warm-up. The real fight has just started. Just started. Su Qianlu was confused by Shifeng's words. Hasn't Mysterious Moon defeated world dominators already? These next 2 days were the most crucial for competing for the Dark Moon Outpost. After Mysterious Moon had annihilated all 3 of World Dominators' legions, the experts of World Dominators' affiliated guilds had also fled the New Moon Forest. It was unlikely that World Dominators could organize a force strong enough to go against Mysterious Moon these next 2 days. Hence, Mysterious Moon was almost guaranteed to secure the Dark Moon Outpost. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Aside from having to wait for Mysterious Moon to transfer the Dark Moon Outpost shops to Zero Wing, there shouldn't be anything that Zero Wing needed to do these next 2 days. Mysterious Moon has indeed defeated world dominators, Shifeng said, chuckling. But do you honestly think a super guild has so little strength? After this incident, world dominators will most likely start retaliating for real. During his previous life, Shifeng had been the guild leader of the #1 guild in God's domain. Hence, he knew just how powerful a super guild was. World dominators might have difficulty mustering a force of 40 experts with near Tier 4 strength, but targeting a first-rate guild and securing a measly outpost was child's play for it. In God's domain, defending one's possessions was often more difficult than fighting for another person's possessions. After this battle, it would be Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon's turn to defend, while World Dominators would begin its offensive. Meanwhile, only after they had successfully defended their advantage would their victory count. This was something Mysterious Moon probably understood as well. In fact, Mysterious Moon might have already begun concentrating its strength in 100 Flow City to solidify its hold over the Dark Moon Outpost. Meanwhile, the Dark Moon Outpost would become the foundation for Zero Wing's future development, and a significant amount of money and resources would be necessary to develop it. Hence, Zero Wing needed to take every opportunity it had to secure valuable resources. After 10 minutes of looting, Shifeng's party collected all of the items on the ground. Crap! Since when was Shadow this rich? Over half of all these items are epic ranked. Blackie couldn't help but be astonished when he was done sorting through the loot. Lon Hailong will probably have a heart attack if he learns of this loss. They had acquired a little over 1,000 weapons and equipment in this battle, and over 600 of them were epic ranked. It should be known that they had targeted mainly Shadow's experts during the previous fight, while the number of World Dominators' experts they killed was no more than 100. In other words, over 500 of the epic weapons and equipment they looted belonged to Shadow. They could already arm a 100-man team to the teeth with this many epic weapons and equipment. At this time, even Sher Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Lan Hailong. A 100-man team's worth of epic weapons and equipment. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds could only afford to gear their main force to such an extent. This meant that Shadow had just lost an entire main force's worth of equipment. Nice. We've hit the jackpot this time. Firecloud exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the weapons and equipment in his bag. We won't have to worry about lacking equipment when we recruit more members later. The number of epic weapons and equipment they just acquired surpassed even the total number the 1,000 Flow Adventure Team possessed when the Adventure Team transitioned into the miniature ancient world. Zero Wing's guild warehouse would remain stocked for a long time with this huge influx of weapons and equipment. No, we will be selling everything but the epic weapons. The sooner, the better, Sher Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, it's best if we can convert these items into magic crystals. As for the guild warehouse, I'll think of a way to produce more mana equipment sets later. Setting aside level 100 epic weapons, level 100 epic equipment could only be used in the current stage of the game. Once the various powers entered the level 120 neutral zone and interacted with the outer world players, mana equipment would quickly become the mainstream equipment. At that time, other than powerful epic weapons and equipment, everything else would become outdated. Rather than wait until the level 100 epic equipment lost their value, it'd be better to sell the equipment while they could still get a good price. They could also use the coins and magic crystals they earned to upgrade the Abyssal Star ancient city. Okay, I'll go and get it done, Blackie said, having no opinions regarding Sher Feng's decision. After experiencing the mana equipment set's effects, he could no longer see ordinary epic equipment as excellent. After Sher Feng's party returned to 100 Flow City, Sher Feng suddenly received an emergency notification from the system. Simultaneously, a window showing the surveillance footage of his villa popped up in front of him. Why are they here? Sher Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the scene displayed in the surveillance footage. Noticing the strange look on Sher Feng's face, Su Qianlu curiously asked, "What's wrong, guild leader?" "It's nothing. Some old acquaintances just appeared outside my house," Sher Feng said, chuckling. "Old acquaintances? Who?" Blackie asked curiously. He knew that Sher Feng had very few acquaintances in Jinhai City, and even fewer among them would come knocking on his door at this time. In response, Sher Feng calmly said, Lan Hailong, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 128, Fight? Chapter 128, Fight? Lan Hailong? Why is he here? Blackie's expression darkened a little when he heard Sher Feng's words. He had spent the past 10 years striving for Shadow, yet not only did he have nothing to show for it, but he had even gotten thrown away like a used tool by Lan Hailong. Fortunately, the miniature ancient world had appeared, and he had managed to get into Zero Wing. Although he hadn't made any money yet, he could already see the future prospects of the guild. Zero Wing definitely had a promising future, and it would certainly surpass Shadow by leaps and bounds in the future. He's probably here for those epic weapons and equipment. Levels lost can be recovered, but it won't be easy to recover all those epic items, Su Qianlu said, smiling. Even her 1,000 Flow adventure team did not possess this many epic weapons and equipment when it transitioned into the miniature ancient world. It wasn't hard for her to imagine how devastated Lan Hailong must have felt after finding out about such a loss. It might be a different story if Lan Hailong didn't know who had come into possession of these epic weapons and equipment. However, in a situation where he knew who had acquired these items, there was no way he wouldn't do something about it. Guild leader, that Lan Hailong must be up to no good. I'll bring people over to your place right away. Blackie hurriedly said when he recalled the sinister methods Lan Hailong had employed in the past. No need. I can take care of it by myself. You go and sell the equipment, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Will you really be fine, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked with some concern. Don't worry. It's just Lan Hailong and his thugs. They don't have the strength to do anything against me, Shifeng said, smiling. All right, I'm logging off. If it were 2 weeks ago, Shifeng might have had a little trouble dealing with Lan Hailong. However, the S-rank nutrient fluids he consumed had already healed his hidden injuries and revitalized his body cells fully. Combined with his training, he now possessed the physical fitness of a half-step master. Now he would have no problems facing even martial arts masters. After saying so, Shifeng promptly chose to log out of God's domain. Outside Shifeng's villa, under the villa's surveillance camera, Lan Hailong currently wore an ugly expression on his face. His eyes were also vaguely bloodshot, and even his clothes still had a lot of wine stains left on them. At this moment, he was completely devoid of his past arrogance and majesty. This bastard simply isn't taking us seriously, Chairman. He's made us wait outside for over 10 minutes already. The muscular and balding Zhou Yuhu said impatiently. Should I break inside and drag him out? Zhou Yuhu was currently Shadow's chief training instructor. He had also participated in many fighting competitions in the city and won many trophies during his younger days. Although his combat standards were inferior to Shifeng in God's domain, he was far superior to Shifeng in combat in the real world. With his physical fitness currently at the half-step Hunglian master standard, he could easily take on 2 or 3 Shifengs simultaneously. Meanwhile, the security system of Shifeng's villa might seem excellent, but Zhou Yuhu was confident he could sneak inside without any cameras catching him. However, after hearing Zhou Yuhu's suggestion, Lan Hailong calmed down a little and shook his head, saying, Shifeng now has a Tier 6 God-ranked expert backing him, so he's naturally feeling arrogant. We'll wait. Since Lan Hailong had already said so, as Lan Hailong's #1 henchman, Zhou Yuhu had no choice but to dismiss his plans and continue waiting. After another 10 minutes had gone by, the villa's door finally opened, and standing behind it was Shifeng. At this time, Shifeng was dressed in a bathrobe, and his hair was still wet. Evidently, he had just come out of the shower. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Shifeng. Zhou Yuhu immediately felt his anger flaring up when he saw Shifeng's attire. We've been standing outside for so long, yet you were inside taking a shower. Are you even taking us seriously? Do you have business with me? Shifeng asked, ignoring Zhou Yuhu as he turned to look at Lan Hailong. Honestly, he wasn't trying to trouble Lan Hailong and Zhou Yuhu by taking a shower. Instead, he had simply taken a shower because his body had grown dirty and sticky after spending many hours cooped up inside his virtual gaming cabin. I know you're very upset with me, Shifeng. Seemingly regaining his past majesty, Lan Hailong calmly said, now that you have a God-ranked expert standing behind you, it's natural that you can ignore Shadow and me. However, don't you know you've just brought disaster to yourself? Disaster? Shifeng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Lan Hailong's high and mighty behavior. What is this disaster you speak of, Chairman Lan? Your Zero Wing might have a God-ranked expert backing it. But not only did your people annihilate Shadow's experts right in front of World Dominators' many affiliated guilds, but they've also killed Gu Irin, one of World Dominators' administrators in the miniature ancient world. Do you think World Dominators will let Zero Wing off the hook after this slight? Lan Hailong asked. When he looked at Shifeng's nonchalant expression, he could tell that the other party wasn't heeding his words whatsoever. So he continued, I can tell you now that World Dominators is very angry over this matter. It has even prepared to issue a bounty across the entire miniature ancient world. That God-ranked expert might not care about having a bounty placed on him. But what about the rest of you? Do you think you can survive the pursuit of the miniature ancient world's countless experts? Nodding to Lan Hailong's words, Shifeng asked, so? Hasn't Zero Wing acquired Shadow's lost epic weapons and equipment? Chuckling, Lan Hailong said, I can make you an offer. Think of a way to sell those items back to Shadow. You can at least give that God-ranked expert an explanation that way. In return, Shadow will plead world dominators aside for mercy and forget about issuing a bounty on Zero Wing. This is a deal that is good for both of us. Shifeng quietly looked at Lan Hailong. After listening to Lan Hailong's offer, he suddenly found that Lan Hailong wasn't a brainless fool like he thought. The man was simply ignorant of the current situation. Your offer is good, but I refuse. Shifeng said, shaking his head. Don't delude yourself, Shifeng. World Dominators' bounty will be one that can tempt countless experts. There is no way Zero Wing can survive this. Lan Hailong said, his gaze suddenly turning icy cold. This is your only chance. Let's just fight then. After saying so, Shifeng closed the door and stopped entertaining Lan Hailong and Zhou Yuhu, his actions causing Lan Hailong to grow dumbfounded. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, Arrogant Shifeng? Chapter 129, Arrogant Shifeng? TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 128, March 20th, 2022 Bounty-Kill Order. He. What does he mean? Lan Hailong fell into a daze as he stared at the villa's shut door. Fight? Fight who? World Dominators? A super guild? Should I take care of him, Chairman? Zhou Yuhu suggested. Don't bother wasting your energy, Lan Hailong said, shaking his head. Then, with a somewhat gloomy expression, he said, Before I came here, Guirin had already told us not to provoke Shifeng no matter what for now. Does guild leader Gu doubt my strength? Zhou Yuhu asked angrily. I'm not trying to boast, Chairman, but my physical fitness has improved significantly since I started receiving World Dominators' training resources. I'm only a little ways off from becoming a martial arts master. It's a piece of cake for me to take care of Shifeng. You should be aware of Gu Irin's strength. Do you think you can beat Gu Irin in a fight? Lan Hailong asked as he glanced at Zhou Yuhu. Zhou Yuhu shook his head in response. Gu Irin's physical fitness had already reached a realm that was beyond his reach. If they fought seriously, he felt that Gu Irin could claim his life in a single move. Gu Irin has said that he isn't a match for Shifeng. If you still wish to try after hearing this, be my guest, Lan Hailong said as he looked at the lights on the second floor lighting up. If it weren't for Gu Irin's warning, he would have most likely had a similar idea as Zhou Yuhu. After all, there was no way he would take such a slight sitting down. Initially, Lan Hailong had been skeptical of Gu Irin's claims. However, when he recalled how Gu Irin talked about Shifeng fearfully and then saw how nonchalantly Shifeng treated them today, he realized that Gu Irin might have been speaking the truth. Even guild leader Gu isn't a match. Zhou Yuhu was stunned when he heard Lan Hailong's words. At the same time, a hint of fear had also appeared in his eyes as he stared at the villa's second floor. But are we really going to let this matter slide? Since Gu Irin had already spoken as such about Shifeng, Zhou Yuhu naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to barge into Shifeng's villa. If he did that, Shifeng would be completely within his right to take care of him. Shifeng could even cripple him without having to worry about any legal repercussions. On the other hand, not only would he have to receive a beating, but he might even get into legal trouble for trespassing onto private property. Let this matter slide. The corners of his mouth lifting slightly, Lan Hailong said. How can we let this matter slide? Shifeng might think that he's become amazing, but he simply has no idea how powerful a super guild is. Just wait and see. It won't be long before Shifeng comes running to beg me. Before coming into contact with world dominators, Lon Hailong hadn't thought much of super guilds. While he acknowledged that super guilds were powerful, he didn't think they were invincible. He even used to think of challenging a super guild if there was an opportunity to do so. However, after partnering with world dominators, he realized just how powerful super guilds were. The strength of various super guilds revealed to the public was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, even this small tip was already enough to scare the various non-superpowers into submission. But what about all those epic weapons and equipment we lost? Zhou Yuhu asked worriedly. Without those items, our main force won't be able to compete against the other powers' main force. We'll also be a step behind in exploring level 110 plus maps. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Currently, most of the various powers experts in the miniature ancient world had already reached level 103. Some powerful experts had even reached level 104 already. Meanwhile, once the various powers' main force members reached level 105, they would promptly advance into level 110 maps and widen the gap between them and other players. However, the miniature ancient world had a significantly harsher level suppression system. Without a full suit of epic weapons and equipment, players would have difficulty grinding level 110 monsters at level 105. We don't have any other choice. We'll mortgage one of our main cities first and use the money to replace what we lost. I refuse to believe that Shadow can't survive without that batch of epic weapons and equipment Zero Wing stole, Lon Hailong said, gnashing his teeth as he looked at the villa's second floor hatefully. I want to see just how long Zero Wing can survive against World Dominators' kill order. After saying so, Lon Hailong turned around and walked away. Zhou Yuhu also took one last look at the villa before chasing after Lon Hailong. Meanwhile, on the villa's second floor, after executing 3 repetitions of the body's strengthening technique, Shifeng grabbed a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid out of the fridge and drank it. Then, he climbed into his virtual gaming cabin and got ready to log into God's domain. It seems we've thoroughly enraged world dominators this time. I didn't think world dominators would put a kill order on us. Shifeng frowned a little when he recalled Lon Hailong's words. When a player power issued a kill order, it showed that this player power was determined to kill the person or organization they targeted. Simply put, a kill order was a bounty. However, the bounty offered by a superpower was different from what non-superpowers could offer. The bounty the average power offered wouldn't earn the interest of peak experts. This was because the average power would only offer credits or coins for their bounty. At best, it would offer epic weapons and equipment. However, none of these things could catch the interest of peak experts. After all, a peak expert in God's domain could easily earn several million credits from a single commission. Obtaining epic weapons and equipment was a simple task for peak experts as well. Or, more specifically, most peak experts were the ones selling epic weapons and equipment in God's domain. Hence, the bounties issued by the average power in God's domain wouldn't attract the interest of peak experts at all. However, it was a different story if it were a bounty issued by a superpower. It was especially so if said superpower was a super guild in existence standing at the top among the various superpowers. A super guild's bounty could cause even apex experts to go crazy, let alone peak experts. Whenever a super guild issued a bounty, the very minimum reward it would offer was a fragmented legendary item. Fragmented legendary items were things that even first-rate guilds had few of. Typically, even first-rate guilds wouldn't be willing to offer fragmented legendary items as a reward for their bounties. However, a super guild wouldn't care about that. Aside from fragmented legendary items, super guilds would also offer legacies as rewards. Of course, these weren't your average legacies. Instead, they were god legacies. These were legacies that even most first-rate guilds lacked the ability to acquire. Meanwhile, a god legacy would have a fatal attraction toward experts stuck in the boundary between Tier 5 and Tier 6. It was similar to how Galaxy Past was adamant in acquiring the Holy Annihilation Mana technique. If World Dominators had decided to issue a kill order on Zero Wing, Shifeng did not doubt that many peak experts and apex experts would come after Zero Wing. While Shifeng was confident he could repel these attacks without trouble, it was a different story for Su Qianlu and the others. Currently, the strongest member in Zero Wing after Shifeng was Su Qianlu. With her combat standards paired with the ancient mana equipment set, she could fight against an apex expert fully geared in top-tier epic items. However, while she might be able to fight off one apex expert, what if she had to go up against 2 or 3 simultaneously? Many peak and apex experts had flooded into the miniature ancient world in an attempt to reach Tier 6. There was no way these experts wouldn't be interested in a kill order issued by World Dominators. Even if Su Qianlu and the others grouped up whenever they went out to grind, it probably won't take more than a few seconds before they got sent back to the city. With World Dominators' kill order in effect, Su Qianlu and the others wouldn't even be able to leave the city to level up. It seems I'll have to open Abyssal Star City ahead of time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, Surge of Wealth. Chapter 130, Surge of Wealth. By the time Shifeng had returned to God's domain, the entire 100 Flow City was already buzzing with activity. Almost every player in the city was talking about the battle in the New Moon Forest feverishly. Did you hear? It seems Mysterious Moon has fully occupied the New Moon Forest already. Yet, despite knowing this, World Dominators hasn't dared to send any people there. It seems World Dominators intends to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost. Of course I've heard about it. Also, your information is outdated. Outdated. According to my sources, World Dominators has already demanded Mysterious Moon to withdraw from the competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. Otherwise, even if Mysterious Moon manages to acquire it, World Dominators will turn the outpost into a restricted area. World Dominators is going too far. It's behaving no different from a bully at this point. I know, right? But Mysterious Moon has also declared that it would fight till the very end. Moreover, it is currently recruiting new players and experts, and the benefits it is offering are excellent. If Mysterious Moon manages to secure the Dark Moon Outpost as well, all of its members will get to save a lot of travel time. The players on the street discuss the war between Mysterious Moon and World Dominators, and many couldn't help but be enraged by World Dominators' overbearing attitude. At the same time, independent players who had been subjected to the various superpowers oppression all these years couldn't help but be tempted to join Mysterious Moon. After all, Mysterious Moon was the only first-rate guild to have achieved victory against a super guild these past few years. Now, it had even resolved itself to fight to the bloody end. I've also received a different piece of news. I heard that World Dominators is also planning on putting a kill order on a guild called Zero Wing. Zero Wing? Isn't that a newly established small guild? I heard that Zero Wing is super amazing. Despite being only a small guild, it has a Tier 6 God-ranked expert among its ranks. Moreover, Zero Wing has even annihilated one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds, right in front of World Dominators' face. Right now, World Dominators is planning on offering one God Legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. You'll get 5 points for killing Zero Wing's elite members, 20 points for killing internal members, 100 points for killing core members, and 1,000 points for killing executive members. You can then use these points to exchange with World Dominators. Crazy! This is crazy! What is going on with this miniature ancient world? It's only been a few days since it opened, yet first it was Mysterious Moon. Now it is a newly established guild. Is everyone trying to go against World Dominators? It's also because of this situation that World Dominators is trying to set an example. There's no way anybody couldn't resist the temptation of these rewards. Although it costs 20 million points to exchange for the God Legacy and 5 million points for each fragmented legendary item, it's not entirely impossible to obtain this many points. This is a chance for many ordinary experts in the miniature ancient world to access these resources. You've tempted me with your words. Should we team up to hunt Zero Wing's members? I'll pass. I heard that while Zero Wing might not have many members, every one of them possesses extraordinary strength. Even the weakest among them is a first-rate expert. Rather than hunt Zero Wing's members, I'd be giving them equipment instead. When Sherfong overheard the independent players' discussion, he couldn't help but chuckle. World Dominators sure is ruthless. To think it would go as far as to use a God Legacy as a bounty. Even I'm feeling a little tempted by this offer. The generosity of this point system should also allow hardworking, ordinary experts to exchange for a fragmented legendary item. Setting aside the God Legacy, just the fragmented legendary items being offered were already more than enough to tempt most players into action. After all, a fragmented legendary item could grant players a massive boost to their combat power, much greater than what the standardized ancient mana equipment sets could provide. Even now, Sherfong only had one fragmented legendary item in his possession, while most first-rate guilds didn't even have 30 fragmented legendary items. Yet, now, World Dominators was offering over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward for its kill order. When Sherfong arrived in front of the Candlelight Hotel, he received an urgent call from Blackie. Guild leader, have you received the news yet? World Dominators has placed a kill order on us. Now, practically every player in power in the miniature ancient world is talking about this matter. I've even received news saying that some superpowers experts are considering World Dominators' offer, Blackie said anxiously. Many of our members have already asked to withdraw from the guild because of World Dominators' kill order. Moreover, I'm afraid it will be incredibly difficult for us to go out and grind in the future. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. A super guild's kill order. This was the first time Blackie had ever experienced such a situation. In the past, whenever he learned of super guilds placing a kill order on someone, he would simply think of it as an entertaining piece of news. However, now that he was the target of one of these kill orders, he couldn't find it entertaining in the slightest. He also understood what it felt like to be subjected to a super guild's kill order. As soon as this kill order appeared, he felt that the whole world had become his enemies. Some of Zero Wing's members were even selling information on their fellow guildmates. Since Blackie was an executive of Zero Wing, his head was worth 1,000 points. If others killed him 5,000 times, they'd have enough points to redeem a fragmented legendary item from World Dominators. If they killed him 20,000 times, they'd had enough to exchange for a God Legacy. 20,000 times. That'd be enough deaths to last him for 10 years. I've heard about it already, Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Blackie's anxious expression. It's nothing big. Since World Dominators wants to play, we'll play with them. He had experienced this situation many times during his previous life, so he had long since grown used to it. Adding one more experience to the list wouldn't faze him in the slightest. I want to do that too, guild leader, but we're dead-ass broke. We don't have anything we can offer as a reward, Blackie said with a bitter smile. In addition to a God Legacy, World Dominators had also offered over a dozen fragmented legendary items as a reward. These were all items that even Apex experts sought to obtain, let alone ordinary experts. The only thing of roughly equal value Zero Wing could offer was the standardized ancient mana equipment sets. However, if they recklessly gave these items away, it might backfire on them instead. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Sherfong asked. 1. It's going along smoothly, Blackie said excitedly. You have no idea how popular epic weapons and equipment are on the market right now. Guild leader. Everything that appears in the auction house will get bought out almost immediately. Although we've sold only 70% of our epic equipment, we've already made 830,000 gold and 26 million magic crystals. That much. Sherfong was a little flabbergasted. He finally understood Lon Hailong had swallowed his pride to come knocking on his door, asking for those epic weapons and equipment. Lon Hailong had even gone as far as to ask to buy those items back, because of the various powers' fervent attempt to secure a foothold in the miniature ancient world. The value of epic weapons and equipment here had soared even further. Now, it would seem that demand for these items far surpassed supply. Originally, Sherfong thought that they could, at most, make 2 million gold from the sales of Shadow's epic weapons and equipment. Yet, even though they had only sold 70% of their haul thus far, they've already made over 2 million gold in profit. Even for a first-rate guild, a sum of 830,000 gold and 26 million magic crystals was a significant amount of wealth. It should be known that Zero Wing's transaction with Mysterious Moon only amounted to 160,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals. Moreover, the equipment Zero Wing sold to Mysterious Moon came in 8-piece sets. 40 sets in total meant 320 pieces of equipment. Even though there was only a small difference in number, the difference in actual value was massive. If we convert all of these coins and magic crystals into mana equipment sets, we might have a chance of fighting against world dominators, Blackie said, his worries lessening significantly when he recalled how many coins and magic crystals Zero Wing had earned. No, it's too much of a waste to convert everything into mana equipment sets. I have a much better use for these resources, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Come over to the Candlelight Hotel quickly. I'll take you to a good place. TL notes, the part where World Dominators is offering a god legacy and over a dozen fragmented legendary items is very absurd and contradictory to what we've known thus far about the miniature ancient world. So I assume that these rewards will be given out on the main continent instead of in the miniature ancient world. Most experts are entering the miniature ancient world for an opportunity to reach higher tiers, and fragmented legendary items are essentially opportunities for players who weren't executives of superpowers or first-rate powers. If they can get a fragmented legendary item or a god legacy reserved to their name on the main continent, they probably wouldn't mind starting over a new character on the main continent. There is also the option of helping others on the main continent acquire these opportunities in exchange for real-world benefits, S-rank nutrient fluid, life potion, etc. A little spoiler, but World Dominators is even going to add a legendary item in its list of rewards later on. Unless legendary items have suddenly become worthless, I doubt anyone can acquire a legendary item in the first few weeks of the miniature ancient world's launch. 1. How is the sale of the epic weapons and equipment coming along? Sherfong asked. Sherfong mentioned in Chapter 127 that they would only be selling the epic equipment, but the author wrote epic weapons and equipment in this chapter. I'm assuming he forgot, or he just typed weapons out of habit, but I'll leave it as such unless a future chapter proves this otherwise. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Zero Wings Guild Residence. Chapter 131, Zero Wings Guild Residence, 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. At Sherfeng's command, Blackie promptly used a return scroll to teleport back to 100 Flow City. Then he hurried his way back to the Candlelight Hotel, not daring to delay for even a moment. After entering the hotel, Blackie followed Sherfong to the secret room located in the hotel's basement. Then, after entering the secret room and making sure that nobody else was around, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer as he asked, "Why did you call me back so urgently, guild leader? Where are we heading to?" "To a city. You'll know once we arrive," Sherfong said as he took out a guild transfer scroll from his bag. Then he handed the scroll to Blackie and continued, "Take this and use it. A guild transfer scroll. Blackie's eyes widened in shock when he saw the magic scroll Sherfong offered him. Guild leader, we have a guild residence now. A guild transfer scroll was similar to a return scroll. However, instead of teleporting players to a city's teleportation hall, it teleported players to the guild residence linked to it instead. The transfer scrolls could also only be used by the members of the guild that produced them. Since Sherfong was giving him a transfer scroll, it meant that Zero Wing now possessed its own guild residence. We did acquire one some time ago, but I kept it a secret from you guys because of reasons, Sherfong said, nodding. Then he took out another transfer scroll for himself and said, All right, let's quickly head over. I have many things I need you to do once we head over there. Okay. Upon hearing Sherfang's words, Blackie promptly activated his transfer scroll. A guild residence was something that almost every guild player would have come across. Any guild with sufficient strength would have their own guild residence. Or, more specifically, only after gaining a guild residence would a guild be recognized as such officially. Meanwhile, a guild residence granted many benefits to a guild's members, and it was of significant help to the development of a guild. When Blackie opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived inside an ancient-looking city. Many of the buildings in the city also looked somewhat dilapidated. This mana, it's so dense. Shortly after arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, Blackie quickly realized its uniqueness. Then, when he focused on perceiving his surrounding environment, he couldn't help but grow even more shocked. Not only is the mana here much denser than 100 Flow cities, but its purification properties are also many times greater. Before meeting up with Sherfong, Blackie had been grinding in the New Moon Forest, and his body had accumulated a significant amount of foreign energy as a result. Normally, if he rested in 100 Flow City or any other NPC city, he would have needed an hour to get rid of this amount of foreign energy. However, upon arriving in the Abyssal Star ancient city, he discovered that the rate at which the foreign energy in his body disappeared had increased drastically. 10 minutes. At most, it would take 10 minutes for all of the foreign energy in his body to disappear. The purification rate here was several times faster than any NPC city. However, this wasn't the end of Blackie's surprise. A moment later, he quickly discovered an even more surprising matter. The map. According to his system map, the recommended level for his current area was level 115 to level 120. In the current miniature ancient world, this was a map that no player could grind in. Moreover, Misty Canyon that the city was located in was only one map away from the Boundary River. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Noticing the dumbfounded look on Blackie's face, Sherfong smiled and asked, How is it? Not a bad place, right? Blackie couldn't help but be rendered speechless when he heard Sherfeng's words. This bastard was blatantly showing off. How is this just not bad? The value of this place was off the charts. Zero Wing would have a humongous advantage over the other powers if it had access to the city. Setting aside the city's excellent geographical location, just the city's purification ability was already more than enough to put it above any NPC city in the miniature ancient world. If Zero Wing's members could use this city as their base of operations, their leveling speed would be twice as fast as other players at the very minimum. Not to mention, the city itself was surrounded by level 115 plus monsters. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes of travel for players to reach a grinding spot. In comparison, players operating from 100 Flow City would need to travel several hours before they could reach a suitable grinding spot. While Sherfong was giving Blackie a general introduction of the Abyssal Star ancient city, a lithe figure suddenly appeared before them. Meanwhile, this lithe figure was none other than Hidden Soul. How is recruitment coming along on your side? Sherfong asked when he saw Hidden Soul suddenly appearing before him. The main reason Sherfong had left Abyssal Star City under Hidden Soul's control was to get her to recruit mercenary players for him. Then they would use these mercenaries to rapidly develop and defend the city. "I've recruited a batch already," Hidden Soul said. Then, sighing through her mask, she continued, "But I'm afraid it'll be tough to convince the remainder. At the very least, it's unlikely that they will join right now." "Are they not interested in the city?" Shifeng asked curiously. He found it hard to believe that any expert could resist the Abyssal Star Ancient City's temptation. "It's not that they're not interested. It's just that they don't believe me," Hidden Soul said with a bitter smile. "However, considering that none of them are willing to join or sign a confidentiality contract, it's too big of a risk to reveal anything to them." The Abyssal Star Ancient City was too magical. It was especially so for the ancient tower in the middle of the city. It was essentially a holy land for players to learn the operating principles of mana. They'd be inviting disaster for themselves if they recklessly revealed the ancient tower's secrets to others without having the necessary strength to protect it. Hence, while trying to recruit her acquaintances, she would only vaguely say that the city was an excellent place to improve one's combat standards. Only after these people had agreed to join and signed a confidentiality contract would she share the tower's secrets with them. After thinking it over, Shifeng asked, "How many people are we talking about? What are their standards?" Hidden Soul raised a finger in response. 10 or 100? Shifeng asked in confusion. Hidden Soul rolled her eyes when she heard Shifeng's question. Then, in a contemptuous tone, she said, "It's 1,000. Out of these 1,000 players, even the weakest is a half-step Refinement Realm expert, and over half of them are Refinement Realm experts or above. There are also over 20 Void Realm experts and 4 Domain Realm experts." "That many? How did you find all these people?" Shifeng was honestly shocked when he heard Hidden Soul's answer. Originally, Shifeng thought that Hidden Soul could, at most, recruit a dozen or so Void Realm experts. Then, they could get these Void Realm experts to introduce their acquaintances to join the Mercenary Alliance. The best-case scenario would be that they managed to recruit a few hundred experts before the city's opening. In the current state of the miniature ancient world, this could already be considered a relatively sizable force. Meanwhile, Blackie couldn't help but be dumbfounded by Hidden Soul's words. Over 500 Refinement Realm experts. Even first-rate guilds couldn't field so many Refinement Realm experts. In the miniature ancient world, this was a force that only the various superpowers could take out. "Don't ask," Hidden Soul said as she looked at Shifeng. "The only thing I can say is that if I can open this place for others to visit, I'll be able to recruit even more experts. However, if I have to operate without exposing this city's existence, it'd be difficult for the Mercenary Alliance to take shape in just 10 days. Seeing the anxious look on Hidden Soul's face, Shifeng chuckled and said, "Don't worry. You can start sharing some of Abyssal Star City's information with those people from today onwards. Aren't you worried that the various superpowers will surround this place once it gets exposed?" Hidden Soul asked as she looked at Shifeng in surprise. If the Abyssal Star Ancient City's secrets got out, she did not doubt that the various superpowers would band together to attack this place. Meanwhile, with the city's current defenses, the city would fall instantly. TL notes, 1 magic scroll. I'm not going to capitalize magic scroll anymore unless it has a modifier attached to it. T3 magic scroll, etc. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Abyssal Star Ancient City Strength. Chapter 132, Abyssal Star Ancient City Strength. That was before. Seeing the astonished look on Hidden Soul's face, Shifeng confidently said, "No one will be able to threaten Abyssal Star City from today onward, at least not until Tier 4 players appear." Normally, it would become possible for players to breach a guild city after reaching Tier 3. This was because the NPC guards a guild city could recruit were at Tier 3 on average. Their levels would also be 10 to 20 levels above the player set as the settlement's administrator. Moreover, guild cities were limited to the number of NPC soldiers they could recruit. In the miniature ancient world, the standard advanced city would only have a force of 4,000 NPC guards defending it. In other words, an advanced guild city could, at most, recruit 4,000 NPCs to defend it. It was true that NPCs were stronger than players on average. NPCs would typically have more skills and spells than players of the same tier. It was also much cheaper and easier to fully equip NPC guards in epic items. Thus, even refinement realm experts would have difficulty fighting against an NPC of the same tier. Meanwhile, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs was more than enough to crush the siege of any superpower. However, faced against the siege of multiple superpowers, a force of 4,000 Tier 3 NPCs would crumble quickly. After all, unlike players, it was much more difficult for NPCs to get resurrected. Hence, in the era of Tier 3, the various superpowers could easily take down an advanced city so long as they worked together. However, that was no longer the case for the Abyssal Star Ancient City. Shifeng had money now. As a city of the second sequence, Abyssal Star City had a massive advantage over normal cities when it came to recruiting NPCs. So long as one had the money, one could recruit powerful NPC guards to defend the city. It was similar to the NPC merchants visiting Abyssal Star City. In only a few days, many NPC merchants had already gathered in Abyssal Star City and rented many of the shops in the city. "Are you really sure about this?" Hidden Soul asked. When she looked at Shifeng's confident look, it didn't seem like he was lying to her. "Go ahead and do it. Just make sure to keep Zero Wing's connection with this city a secret," Shifeng said, chuckling. "These are your words. Don't say I didn't warn you when you lose this city." After saying so, Hidden Soul promptly logged out of the game, evidently delighted by Shifeng's proposal. She could already imagine how her acquaintances would react once they found out about Abyssal Star City's effects. Those people would most likely beg her to let them join the Mercenary Alliance. After reaching Tier 5, players would need to meet 2 requirements that involved mana if they wished to reach Tier 6. The first requirement was to master the basic principles of mana, while the second requirement was to master the advanced usage of mana. Unfortunately, even if players managed to find a holy land with incredibly dense mana, it'd still be nigh impossible to achieve these 2 requirements. The difficulty of doing so was simply far too great for most Tier 5 players. However, it was a different story for the Ancient Tower. The Ancient Tower's ability to filter out all but one type of mana would simplify the process of perceiving, understanding, and learning how to use mana significantly. Hence, players would have a much higher chance of fulfilling the requirements to reach Tier 6 in the Abyssal Star Ancient City's Ancient Tower compared to a Holy Land. Moreover, these were only the effects of the Ancient Tower's first floor. Along with the Abyssal Star Ancient City's development, the Ancient Tower's second and third floors would also open up. At that time, even more powerful effects would become available. Hence, in a situation where combat standard requirements were met, the Ancient Tower would become a crucial component for Tier 5 players seeking to reach Tier 6 in the miniature ancient world. What a hurry she's in! Shifeng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he saw Hidden Soul logging out of the game. Then he looked toward Blackie and said, "Let's go. It's time we begin our business." "What business?" Blackie asked in confusion. "If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. I asked you here to help me with 2 things. While walking toward the city Lord's mansion, located in the center of the city, Shifeng explained, "Your first job is to help me organize the recruitment information in the city Lord's mansion. Your second job is to make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world in Zero Wing's name." Make an announcement to the entire miniature ancient world. Blackie grew even more dumbfounded. Making global announcements was a job Blackie was familiar with. This was because he had been responsible for making these announcements back in Shadow. But why was Shifeng asking him to make an announcement in Zero Wing's name? "We're here. Get to doing your first job for now," Shifeng said as he pointed at the majestic city, Lord's Manor. "You can deal with the second job once you're done with the first one." "Leave it to me, guild leader. I'll get the recruitment information sorted out by today," Blackie said confidently as he looked at the crowded city, Lord's Manor. "It's not going to be an easy job," Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw Blackie's confident look. "We'll need to check every applicant's attribute panel before registering their information. We'd be lucky if we can get everything done by today." The number of NPCs applying for a guard position in Abyssal Star City was massive. If they wanted to recruit a reliable force of NPC guards, they'd have to carefully look through every applicant's attribute panel before deciding whether to recruit the NPCs. Afterward, Shifeng and Blackie began inspecting the NPCs gathered in the city, Lord's Manor, one after another. Even though Blackie had done a lot of this kind of work in the past, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the huge assortment of NPC applicants. The strength of the NPCs ranged all the way from Tier 4 on the highest end to Tier 1 on the lowest end. However, the growth potential of these NPCs also varied significantly. Many of the Tier 1 NPC applicants had great potential, and they should have no trouble reaching Tier 4 in the future. On the other hand, the Tier 3 NPC applicants might have greater strength right now, but most of them had average potential, and there was almost no chance that they could reach Tier 4 in the future. When inspecting these NPCs, Shifeng chose to recruit the Tier 4 NPCs they came across without hesitation. It didn't matter even if they asked for a weekly salary of 300 gold, which was 10 times higher than what the Tier 3 NPCs asked for. After inspecting the applicants for 6 hours continuously, Shifeng and Blackie ended up recruiting 237 Tier 4 NPCs that ranged from level 120 to level 125. Although it cost 71,100 gold just to hire these Tier 4 NPCs for a week, it was a worthwhile investment for the current Abyssal Star City. Every Tier 4 NPC could kill a Tier 3 Peak Expert with little effort. Meanwhile, a force of 237 Tier 4 NPCs was enough to cover the entire city. Aside from Tier 4 NPCs, they also decided to hire every Tier 3 NPC with great potential. Each of these NPCs cost 30 gold per week to hire, and they ended up recruiting 2,419 of such NPCs for a total of 72,570 gold per week. The total hiring cost of the Tier 3 NPCs was almost similar to that of the Tier 4 NPCs, but their numbers were 10 times greater than the Tier 4 NPCs. While these Tier 3 NPCs might not be as strong as the Tier 4 NPCs, they would become an integral part of the city's management. After all, there was no way a few hundred Tier 4 NPCs could safeguard every corner of the city at all times. However, compared to the cost of gearing up these NPCs, the cost of hiring these NPCs paled in comparison. It cost 800 gold to fully equip an NPC in level 150 epic weapons and equipment. While this price seemed cheap compared to purchasing epic weapons and equipment for players, Blackie's heart bled when he saw this price. After all, if they wanted to fully equip every NPC guard with level 150 epic weapons and equipment, they'd have to spend over 2 million gold. That simply wasn't an expenditure Zero Wing could afford at this time. With Zero Wing's current finances, the best they could do was equip the Tier 4 NPCs with epic weapons and equipment, while the Tier 3 NPCs would have to settle for level 120 dark gold weapons and equipment that cost 100 gold per set. Even so, the total expenditure of hiring and gearing the NPCs still racked up to 575,170 gold. Moreover, this was only the initial stage of the city's expenditure. If Zero Wing couldn't find a way to earn a large sum of coins, it wouldn't take more than a month for Zero Wing to go bankrupt. While Blackie was feeling gloomy over parting with a quarter of the money he had earned recently, Shifeng suddenly received a call from Shifeng. "Guild leader, someone came to the Candlelight Hotel and specified that they want to meet you." Su Qianlu said after seeing Shifeng's face appearing in the video call. They say they want to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing. Partnership. Shifeng was a little surprised by this situation. Who are they? After taking a deep breath, Su Qianlu said, "Which is sin? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 133. Tier 6 Saint. Chapter 133. Tier 6 Saint Witch's Sin. This was a name that almost every guild in God's domain knew about. Compared to the other first-rate guilds, Witch's Sin was the closest to becoming a super first-rate guild in God's domain. Not only did it have 2 Tier 6 God-ranked experts, but it also had at least 25 publicly known Tier 5 experts under its command. It was an existence that no power in God's domain could afford to underestimate. However, what concerned Su Qianlu right now wasn't that a pseudo-superpower was seeking to partner with Zero Wing. Instead, what concerned her was the fact that Witch's Sin was an affiliated guild under world dominators. In a situation where world dominators had put a kill order on Zero Wing, there was no way Su Qianlu wouldn't doubt Witch's Sin's goals. How many people did Witch's Sin send over? Shifeng asked. 2 people, an old man and a girl. The old man is the Witch's Sin's source of darkness, Lu Wuxing, Su Qianlu answered, her voice taking on a reverential tone when she spoke about Lu Wuxing. Lu Wuxing was a magical class player, and he was akin to a living legend for magical class players. This was because Lu Wuxing had fought a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill despite being only at Tier 5. The astonishing battle back then had destroyed nearly 1/3 of a kingdom. Although Lu Wuxing didn't win the fight, the God-ranked expert fighting him didn't win either. The achievement of fighting a Tier 6 God-ranked expert to a standstill as a Tier 5 player was something only a few players could accomplish. Hence, after that battle, Lu Wuxing became a role model for many elementalists. "All right, I'll head back now," Shifeng said, nodding as he hung up the call. "Are you really going to meet them now, guild leader?" Blackie asked, confused by Shifeng's decision. Witch's Sin might be visiting for a partnership, but the Abyssal Star Ancient City was much more important than Witch's Sin. The sooner they finished filling up the city's NPC guard slots, the sooner they could ensure the city's safety. Meanwhile, ensuring the city's safety was especially important now that Shifeng had given Hidden Soul the green light to share the city's information. Of course, Witch's Sin isn't as simple as everyone thinks, Shifeng said, chuckling. Then, without offering an explanation, he activated his return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. Most people still weren't aware how powerful Witch's Sin was exactly in this life. Most people might regard Witch's Sin as a pseudo-superpower, but if they were speaking in terms of strength, Witch's Sin could already be considered a bona fide superpower. Moreover, Witch's Sin had also kept a frightening individual hidden from the public. The Witch of Crime and Punishment, Smooth Life. During Shifeng's previous life, almost nobody knew that Witch's Sin had kept a Tier 6 mage god hidden under its grasp. Only after the greater god's domain's various powers invaded their god's domain did Witch's Sin reveal this mage god of theirs. Though, rather than a mage god, it'd be more appropriate to address Smooth Life as a Tier 6 saint instead. In addition to becoming a god-ranked expert, Smooth Life had also successfully reached the extremes of a world law. Meanwhile, during her debut fight, Smooth Life had single-handedly killed 7 Tier 6 god-ranked. After that battle, Smooth Life instantly rose to fame in both their god's domain and the greater god's domain. Upon reaching Tier 6, the difference between players would become very small. So, it was astounding that Smooth Life managed to go up against 7 god-ranked experts simultaneously and kill every one of them. Even in the greater god's domain, few Tier 6 god-ranked experts possessed such heaven-defying combat power. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Hence, Now that Witch's Sin was taking the initiative to ask for partnership with Zero Wing, Sherfong naturally couldn't turn down the offer without at least finding out what Witch's Sin wanted. After all, a Tier 6 saint would be of significant help once the outer world powers invaded their god's domain. 100 Flow City, Candlelight Hotel. After Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath had waited for around 20 minutes, Sherfong finally walked into the lounge they were waiting in. "Hello, Mr. Black Flame. I am Lu Wuxing, Witch's Sin's great elder," Lu Wuxing said, taking the initiative to greet Sherfong. "The person next to me is Blue Sheath, one of Witch's Sin's vice guild leaders." "Hello." Sherfong returned the greeting while scanning the two people before him. "May I know what partnership you seek to discuss with me?" "I see that you are a very straightforward person, Mr. Black Flame," Lu Wuxing commented as he caressed his beard. "In that case, I'll just get to the point. Blue Sheath and I have come here for one purpose only, to make a deal with you." Chuckling, Sherfong asked, "What kind of deal?" "The Ancient Mana Equipment Set," Lu Wuxing said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "I have already looked into Mysterious Moon's situation. The reason Mysterious Moon can produce so many experts with near Tier 4 strength is entirely because of the Ancient Mana Equipment Sets you provided them." Initially, Lu Wuxing had been confused about why world dominators had chosen to avoid a frontal confrontation with Mysterious Moon. However, after investigating Mysterious Moon and learning about the Ancient Mana Equipment Sets, he understood why world dominators had made such a decision. "Yes, I did supply those things to Mysterious Moon," Sherfong said, not bothering to deny Lu Wuxing's claims. Anyone intent on investigating Mysterious Moon's Ancient Mana Equipment Sets could easily find out the set's origin, so there was no point in hiding this information. "We wish to buy those Ancient Mana Equipment Sets as well," Lu Wuxing said, smiling when he saw Sherfong acknowledging his claim. "We are willing to pay twice as much as Mysterious Moon. Moreover, we will also sign a contract stating that we will not use these sets against Zero Wing under any circumstances." Lu Wuxing greatly desired the Ancient Mana Equipment Sets. So long as Witch's Sin could acquire 40 of these sets, like Mysterious Moon, it could afford to come into the spotlight and get everyone to acknowledge it as a superpower. "Your offer is very tempting, Mr. Lu. However, Zero Wing no longer intends on selling these Ancient Mana Equipment Sets, so I'm afraid I will have to refuse your offer," Sherfong said, shaking his head. "If 2 times is not enough, Witch's Sin can offer you 3 times. Lu Wuxing hurriedly said when he heard Sherfeng's words. "The price isn't the problem, Mr. Lu," Sherfong said. "I've already said that Zero Wing will not sell those sets. However, if you really wish to partner with Zero Wing, I can offer Witch's Sin another option." "What option?" Lu Wuxing asked out of curiosity. "Join Zero Wing's mercenary alliance and cooperate with Zero Wing in dealing with world dominators," Sherfong stated. Upon hearing Sherfeng's suggestion, the corners of Lu Wuxing's mouth lifted slightly. Then he shook his head and said, "It's not that I doubt your strength, Mr. Black Flame, but there is no way you can win against world dominators. There is no benefit for Witch's Sin to do so either. You need to know that Witch's Sin is an affiliated guild of world dominators." Sherfong wasn't surprised to hear Lu Wuxing rejecting his offer. Smiling, he asked, "What if I give you and Witch's Sin's many Apex experts a significant chance at reaching Tier 6? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 134. Basis of Partnership. Chapter 134. Basis of Partnership. A significant chance at reaching Tier 6. Lu Wuxing asked out of curiosity, his eyes widening a little when he heard Sherfeng's words. "I am not trying to doubt your abilities, Mr. Black Flame, but getting promoted to Tier 6 isn't something that can be accomplished with words alone. Even if I obtain a god legacy, my chances of reaching Tier 6 will only increase by a small margin. Reaching Tier 6 was the dream of all Tier 5 experts in God's domain. However, only an extremely small minority could achieve this dream. Meanwhile, the closer one got to Tier 6, the more they would realize just how challenging it was to reach Tier 6. The difficulty was so high that most people would despair when they learned of it. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Blue Sheath similarly couldn't help but grow interested. Although she was nowhere near meeting the requirements to reach Tier 6 right now, if there was a way to increase her chances of reaching it, she naturally had to secure it as early as possible. Since I dare say so, I naturally have the ability to make it come true, Mr. Liu, Shifeng said with a faint smile. Moreover, shouldn't we only discuss these things after becoming partners? Yes, you're right, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wuxing hurriedly said, realizing the blunder he made. He had accidentally revealed his true thoughts in front of Shifeng. Then, after calming himself, he continued, But if you talk about entering a partnership, shouldn't you show some sincerity first, Mr. Black Flame? After all, Witch's Sin is affiliated with world dominators. Without sufficient reason, how would we dare betray world dominators? Shifeng's smile deepened when he heard Lu Wuxing's suggestion. Then he said, What you say is correct, Mr. Liu. It will indeed be difficult for you to decide to go against a super guild without sufficient benefits. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Black Flame, Lu Wuxing said while caressing his beard. You might think that World Dominators isn't much for a super guild after seeing it lose to Mysterious Moon. But I can assure you that World Dominators is not as simple as it seems. If World Dominators wants to, it can destroy Mysterious Moon effortlessly. Even if Mysterious Moon has 40 primordial mana equipment sets, it will never be able to defend the Dark Moon outpost. However, Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Lu Wuxing's reminder. Nobody had a better understanding of the various superpowers and super guilds than him in this world. If he said he was number 2 when it came to such knowledge, nobody could say they were number 1. Meanwhile, as a veteran super guild, the strength and depth of world dominators were not things someone like Lu Wuxing could uncover. It was also why Shifeng had chosen to partner with Witch's Sin and form a mercenary alliance. Every guild that managed to become a super guild did not possess just powerful experts. Besides that, super guilds also had the ability to acquire strategic tools. Meanwhile, among these strategic tools, many originated from ancient times, and some even originated from primordial times. For most experts in God's domain, these strategic tools were completely out of their reach. They'd have to have heaven-defying luck to get their hands on even one of these items. However, for a super guild with countless experts, they could acquire these tools much more easily and reliably. Meanwhile, if a super guild decided to use one of these items, they could easily destroy an entire kingdom. This was exactly what had happened during Shifeng's previous life. When their god's domain connected with the greater god's domain and the various outer world powers invaded, many super guilds used these strategic items to stall the various outer world powers' advance. Many of these tools even allowed players to transcend tiers. The only problem was that these tools were consumables. Unless absolutely necessary, the various super guilds would use these tools. However, unlike what Shifeng was thinking, Lu Wuxing interpreted Shifeng's laugh differently. Contempt. From how Lu Wuxing looked at it, Shifeng was treating the world dominators he mentioned with contempt. Ignorant of Lu Wuxing's thoughts, Shifeng asked, May I know if you have time to spare right now, Mr. Liu? We don't have anything going on for the moment, Lu Wuxing said, feeling a little confused by Shifeng's question. Even if we do have something to do, its importance can't compare to negotiating a partnership with you, Mr. Black Flame. In that case, I wish to invite you to come to a place with me, Mr. Liu. Once we reach there, I will let you know that Witch's Sin will not lose out in partnering with Zero Wing, Shifeng said, chuckling. If you have problems with this website, Please continue reading your novel on our new website, mynovelfull.com. Thanks. Lu Wuxing naturally did not object to Shifeng's suggestion. He was rather curious why Shifeng was so confident witches Sin would be willing to join Zero Wing in opposing world dominators. Afterward, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath secretly followed Shifeng out of 100 Flow City. After arriving inside a forest several kilometers away from 100 Flow City, Shifeng took out a summoning flute and summoned his Thunder Wolf. Upon seeing the Thunder Wolf, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be surprised. What a powerful mount! The strength of this mount already surpasses the average Great Lord. Blue Sheath exclaimed in the party chat. She promptly deduced the standard of the Thunder Wolf's strength with just a glance, and she couldn't help but look at the mount in admiration. It's a pity that there's still no clear way to obtain mounts in the miniature ancient world. If I can get a mount like this, my leveling speed will easily double. It seems Black Flame's foundations in the miniature ancient world aren't as simple as I thought. No wonder he managed to convince Mysterious Moon to go against world dominators, Lu Wuxing said, his evaluation of Shifeng increasing even further. Having a Great Lord as a mount might not seem special on the main continent, but this was a feat that even super guilds couldn't necessarily accomplish in the miniature ancient world. Get on. We have a long road ahead of us. If you have any business to take care of, it's best if you make the necessary arrangements now, Shifeng reminded after hopping onto the Thunder Wolf's back. However, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath simply smiled when they heard Shifeng's reminder. How far could they possibly travel? A Great Lord level mount's speed was several times higher than players. With the Thunder Wolf speed, it could easily reach any level 110 leveling spot around 100 Flow City within 2 hours. However, after riding on the Thunder Wolf for some time, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. Not only did Shifeng cross level 110 maps, but he had even crossed level 115 maps. After advancing nonstop for 8 hours, they arrived at the Misty Canyon, a level 120 map that was essentially a forbidden area for current players. Meanwhile, after arriving in the Misty Canyon, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath saw something that blew their minds. A city. There was a city situated deep within the Misty Canyon. Moreover, many NPC merchants traveled in and out of the city's entrance. The NPC traffic here was only slightly inferior to the average NPC city. When Lu Wuxing saw this prosperous city, a frightening thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Unable to help his curiosity, he turned to Shifeng and asked, "Mr. Black Flame, don't tell me this city is..." Upon hearing Lu Wuxing's trembling voice, Shifeng smiled and said, "You've guessed correctly. Zero Wing is the owner of this Abyssal Star ancient city." TL notes, just to FYI, the term superpower refers to all organizations that are on the level of a superpower. It isn't limited to just guilds, super first-rate guilds, and super guilds. So adventure teams, mercenary organizations, and whatever organization the author decides to come up with in the future can also fall under the category of superpowers. March 25th, 2022, made a change to Chapter 79, Twin-Headed Destruction Snake, Ancient Demonic Beast Mythic, Twin-Headed Destruction Snake, Primordial Demonic Beast Mythic. March 25th, 2022, further changes. Ancient Demon Court Primordial Demon Court Ancient Demon Primordial Demon Ancient Mana Equipment Set Primordial Mana Equipment Set Abyssal Star Ancient City Abyssal Star Primordial City Ancient Dark Gold Mount Primordial Dark Gold Mount Ancient Tower Primordial Tower Ancient Era. Certain instances only Primordial Era if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Holy Land That Surpasses All. Chapter 135, Holy Land That Surpasses All. Upon hearing Shifeng's admission, Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How can there be a guild city so close to the boundary mountain range? This shouldn't be possible. Blue Sheath couldn't help but deny reality as she looked at Abyssal Star City. On the main continent, guild towns and guild cities had long since become things that were commonly seen. There even existed quite a few guild holy cities. However, the miniature ancient world had only appeared recently. Yet, while the various powers were fighting tooth for nail to gain the privilege of controlling the various mana outposts temporarily, Zero Wing had already acquired itself a guild city. Moreover, this guild city was located right next to the boundary mountain range, the neutral zone that everyone was trying to secure a foothold in. When Blue Sheath thought about the advantage Zero Wing would have over the various powers, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. Is this the reason for your confidence, Mr. Black Flame? Lu Wuxing couldn't help but ask Sherfong while looking at Abyssal Star City. Zero Wing would have an overwhelming advantage over the other powers in God's domain with the Abyssal Star Primordial City in its possession. Naturally, Mysterious Moon, Zero Wing's partner, would also gain a significant advantage over the other powers in entering the neutral zone. Meanwhile, with this advantage, Mysterious Moon could abandon its reliance on the main continent completely. So long as Mysterious Moon could secure a stable foothold in the miniature ancient world's neutral zone, it would be able to obtain much more significant profits than before. In fact, many superpowers would desperately try to partner with Mysterious Moon in the future. At that time, world dominators would have difficulty even pressuring Mysterious Moon, let alone dealing with Zero Wing. This city. Sherfong couldn't help but shake his head and laugh when he heard Lu Wuxing's question. This city isn't the reason for my confidence. Also, I've already stated before that so long as Witch's Sin partners with Zero Wing, I will give Witch's Sin's Tier 5 experts a significantly greater chance at reaching Tier 6. This isn't all you have to show us. Blue Sheath couldn't help but doubt Sherfeng's words. If news spread that a guild city had appeared next to the boundary mountain range, it would definitely send shockwaves throughout the entire God's domain. Compared to this piece of news, Sherfeng's so-called greater chance at reaching Tier 6 paled significantly. It was commonly known that opportunities that could increase a Tier 5 player's chances at reaching Tier 6 were, at best, a God Legacy, or something of roughly equivalent standard. However, even a God Legacy could only increase a Tier 5 player's promotion success rate by 10%, while most other fortuitous opportunities couldn't even provide a 10% increase. In Blue Sheath's opinion, the fortuitous opportunity Sherfong hinted at was most likely the attack he had used to annihilate Shadow's experts in the New Moon Forest. After all, according to Lu Wuxing, the attack was a product of a saint-level mana technique. A mana technique of such caliber naturally could offer players a certain degree of help reaching Tier 6. Moreover, this help would come in a significant amount. At the very least, it would be much better than the average Tier 6 legacy guidance. However, even a saint-level mana technique would pale significantly compared to an actual God Legacy. You'll find out once we head inside. Sherfong did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he rode the Thunder Wolf into the city. At this time, Abyssal Star City's security had improved drastically thanks to the many NPC guards the city recruited. As a result, the number of NPCs visiting the city had also skyrocketed. When Sherfeng's group made their way down the main street, they could see merchant caravans parked along the entire street while selling their wares. Meanwhile, the quantity and quality of the items these NPC merchants sold far surpassed the NPC merchants found in NPC cities. Some NPC merchants were even selling epic weapons and equipment, Tier 3 magic scrolls, and Tier 3 skill and spell books, things that normally weren't sold in NPC cities. However, compared to the NPC merchants, what surprised Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath even more was the mana density and the purification rate in Abyssal Star City. Both of these factors were directly related to the leveling speed of players. Meanwhile, with Abyssal Star City's superior mana environment and purification rate, players operating from this city would have a significant advantage when entering the neutral zone inside the Boundary Mountain Range. After all, players would have to fully unlock their mana body before reaching Tier 4. Meanwhile, a place with high mana density would benefit players seeking to unlock their mana body's potential. After arriving before the Primordial Tower in the middle of the city, Sherfong hopped off the Thunderwolf and looked at his 2 passengers, saying, "We're here." If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. An ancient tower? Lu Wuxing couldn't help but grow confused as he looked at the majestic tower before him. Ancient civilizations indeed possessed many powerful constructions that could aid players in their development. However, the assistance these constructions could provide was only limited to players below Tier 5. After reaching Tier 5, the help players could receive from an ancient civilization's legacy was negligible. If Tier 5 players wished to make further progress, they could only rely on themselves to figure things out. After all, Tier 6 existences were incredibly rare, even among ancient civilizations. There are special rooms inside this tower that can let players have an easier time grasping the operating principles of the various types of mana, Sherfong said when he noticed the look of confusion on Lu Wuxing's face. However, I doubt you'll believe me even if I tell you this, so it's best if you head inside and experience it for yourself, Mr. Lu. After saying so, Sherfong brought Lu Wuxing and Blue Sheath into the Primordial Tower. Then he let Lu Wuxing enter one of the rooms to experience the miniature world inside it. An hour later, Lu Wuxing left his room with a reluctant expression. His desire to stay inside the room was so obvious that even Blue Sheath could see it. "Is the inside of that room really that good, Great Elder?" Blue Sheath asked curiously. Currently, Blue Sheath had yet to touch upon the operating principles of mana. This was because she was only at the standard of a Tier 4 player. Meanwhile, what mattered most for her was not to learn about the operating principles of mana, but to improve her precise control over mana. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to achieve an entry-level understanding of the operating principles of mana. Good. Lu Wuxing shook his head. Then, with eyes full of excitement and madness, he said, "This is no longer a question of whether it is good or not. This place has already surpassed all holy lands in existence. If I can stay inside such a room long term, I am confident my chances of reaching Tier 6 in the future will exceed 60%. Sherfong was not surprised that Lu Wuxing would offer such a high valuation. Looking at Lu Wuxing, Sherfong smiled and asked, "May I know if Witch's Sin is willing to partner with Zero Wing now, Mr. Lu?" TL notes: 1 Boundary Mountain Range. I'm not sure if the author forgot, but he switched to using Boundary Mountain Range in this chapter instead of Boundary River. So far, there have already been 2 variations of the Boundary River. Too. However, he has used Boundary Mountain Range multiple times in this chapter. I'm not sure if he's decided to change Boundary River to Boundary Mountain Range, or if the Boundary River is something inside the Boundary Mountain Range. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Mercenary Alliance Takes Shape. Chapter 136, Mercenary Alliance Takes Shape. Partnership. After hearing Sherfeng's question, Lu Wuxing couldn't help but ask, "May I know what conditions Witch's Sin will have to meet if we join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance?" Right now, Lu Wuxing no longer doubted the possibility of a partnership between Witch's Sin and Zero Wing. On the contrary, he wanted to complete the partnership discussions and finalize everything as soon as possible. However, the situation inside the tower was also obvious. There were only 100 rooms available on the first floor. In other words, the tower could, at most, accommodate 100 players at a time in its current state. However, Lu Wuxing did not doubt that there'd be a ton of players trying to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance in the future. There was no way 100 rooms would be enough to accommodate all of these players. Not to mention, Zero Wing would certainly be saving a portion of these rooms for itself. So, the number of rooms left for the Mercenary Alliance would be even fewer. In other words, there was going to be a restriction set for those seeking to use the rooms in the tower. However, the restrictions couldn't be too absurd either. If the restrictions Zero Wing imposed were so high that nobody could fulfill them, there'd be no reason for Witch's Sin to join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance. "You don't have to worry about this point, Mr. Lu," Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the concerned look on Lu Wuxing's face. Aside from the 30 rooms reserved for Zero Wing's use, the rest of the 70 rooms will be given the same treatment. Anyone who joins the Mercenary Alliance would qualify to use the Primordial Tower's rooms as long as they become a bronze member. It will cost 200 magic crystals and 100 contribution points to use the rooms for each other. Silver members will also receive a 10% discount, while gold members will receive a 20% discount. Of course, depending on the player's rank, the amount of time they can rent the rooms will also differ. Bronze members can only rent the rooms for 1 hour a day, while silver members can rent 2 hours a day and gold members can rent 4 hours a day. Members only need to reach the bronze rank to use the rooms. Lu Wuxing was a little surprised to hear Shifeng's answer. He didn't think the condition to use the rooms would be so low. "May I know what it would take to become a bronze member? Also, how will the Mercenary Alliance's contribution system work?" In response, Shifeng said, "It's very easy to become a bronze member. All you need to do is accumulate 5,000 contribution points, while becoming a silver member will require 50,000 contribution points, and becoming a gold member will require 300,000 contribution points. Members can earn contribution points through completing the quests issued by the Mercenary Alliance. At the same time, the Mercenary Alliance will also take on commissions from others. However, the Alliance will not offer any contribution points for these commissions. The Alliance will only serve as an intermediary between players and ensure that the commissions are completed. In exchange, the Alliance will charge a small commission fee. If Witch's Sin becomes a partner of the Mercenary Alliance, you will receive 5 million contribution points to issue commissions with. However, you will have to pay a monthly fee of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. You will also have to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and Abyssal Star City's safety. If you fail to do so, you will lose your monthly allocation of contribution points." When Shifeng finished speaking, Blue Sheath couldn't help but gasp in shock. Did Zero Wing start as a band of bandits? Blue Sheath said in a somewhat angry tone, "Not only are you asking for a monthly payment of 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals, but you also want us to protect the Mercenary Alliance's interests and the city's safety. If it were on the main continent, Witch's Sin would have no problem paying 1 million gold and 2 million magic crystals. However, they were currently in the miniature ancient world. Witch's Sin was already expending a ton of coins and magic crystals just to maintain its daily operations. There was no way Witch's Sin could afford to give Zero Wing so many coins and magic crystals. "Shut your mouth, Blue." Lu Wuxing suddenly chided. "Elder Lu." Blue Sheath froze in shock, and she couldn't help but look at Lu Wuxing in confusion. However, Lu Wuxing simply glared at Blue Sheath, causing Blue Sheath to promptly lower her head and stop speaking. Then Lu Wuxing looked at Shifeng apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to have shown you such an embarrassing sight, Mr. Blackflame. As an apology, Witch's Sin is willing to partner with Zero Wing and join Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance. We are also willing to double our monthly payments for just 9 million contribution points each month." When Blue Sheath heard Lu Wuxing's words, she couldn't help but be shocked once again. For a moment, she even suspected a spy from Zero Wing had replaced the Lu Wuxing before her. Otherwise, why would Lu Wuxing behave in such a crazy manner? Not only was he not trying to reduce the payment they needed to make to Zero Wing, but he was even offering to give up on more benefits. "You have a very keen insight, Mr. Lu," Shifeng said, smiling when he saw Lu Wuxing's apologetic expression. Then he shook his head and continued, "Unfortunately, I cannot agree to your offer. 5 million contribution points. That is the most I can give you. I will be inviting more powers to join the Mercenary Alliance in the future, so I cannot let witches monopolize everything." "What a pity," Lu Wuxing said, sighing. "All right then. 5 million it is. Let's sign the contract immediately." This situation thoroughly dumbfounded Bluesheath. Even though Lu Wuxing was already offering to pay more, Zero Wing had refused the offer? Wasn't Zero Wing supposed to be a guild of bandit origins? However, before Bluesheath could snap out of her daze, Lu Wuxing had already signed a magic contract with Zero Wing on Witches Sin's behalf. With the main god system serving as the guarantor, both parties would have to adhere to the contract's terms unless they no longer wished to exist in God's domain. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. After Sherfeng signed the contract with Witches Sin, he let Lu Wuxing and Bluesheath take their time strolling around Abyssal Star City. Meanwhile, he made his way to the City Lord's mansion and continued selecting NPCs to hire for the city's security. "What happened to you just now, Elder Lu? Why did you offer to pay Zero Wing even more resources? Is Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance that good?" Bluesheath asked, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer. Bluesheath was well aware of Lu Wuxing's personality. The old man was the very definition of a miser. Normally, Witches Sin's various branch guilds would have to go through a lot of trouble just to ask for some extra resources. Yet, now Lu Wuxing had taken the initiative to give resources away to Zero Wing, an outsider. This could definitely be considered one of the wonders of Witches Sin. You have no idea how astonishing that Primordial Tower is. Now that Zero Wing's Mercenary Alliance is still in its budding phase, we must take full advantage of this opportunity. It is especially so for the monthly allocation of contribution points. Those points will be crucial in helping more people in our guild become gold members. Otherwise, why would you think I'd be willing to pay so many coins and magic crystals? Lu Wuxing said, rolling his eyes at Bluesheath. I didn't understand why Black Flame was so sure we would partner with him before, but I understood it all after entering the Primordial Tower's miniature world. Is that tower such a magical place, Elder Lu? Bluesheath asked dubiously. Even a god legacy could only provide very limited help to Tier 5 players in reaching Tier 6. So, how much help could a measly Primordial Tower possibly provide to Tier 5 players? Once you reach Tier 5 as well, you'll understand just how frightening that Primordial Tower's function is, Lu Wuxing said. He couldn't help but shudder when he recalled the environment he experienced inside the Primordial Tower's miniature world. Right now, I can confidently say that if the Primordial Tower's function gets leaked, the various powers in God's domain would either try to extinguish Zero Wing or partner with Zero Wing at all costs. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3065_Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. Miniature Ancient World, 100 Flow City, Teleportation Hall. So this is the city Zero Wing is based in. A short-haired girl wearing silver heavy armor muttered to herself after walking out of the teleportation array and looking around curiously. Stop looking around, Rain. We're here on official business. A mature beauty wearing a dark red mage robe said, helplessly as she looked at the guardian knight beside her. There's less than 10 minutes left until the meet-up time. I don't want to be late. As soon as these two beauties walked out of the teleportation array, they quickly became the center of attention. It was especially true for the woman dressed in the dark red robe. The many players inside the teleportation hall couldn't help but be surprised when they saw her. Crap, it's 100 Flower Palace's Frost Flame Goddess, Cleansed Rue. Amazing! World Dominators' kill order has managed to attract even the 100 Flower Palace's goddess here. What are you getting so surprised about? The bounty World Dominators has put on Zero Wing is the highest in history. Even Tier 5 experts would be tempted by the god legacy offered. You got that right. I even saw quite a few Tier 5 experts from Miracle arriving in 100 Flow City some time ago. It seems even Miracle is intent on obtaining that god legacy. 100 Flow City has become a lot more popular ever since World Dominators issued its kill order. I wonder how many more experts will come here in the next few days? But I have to say that Zero Wing really is suicidal. Mysterious Moon's actions are understandable since it is competing for the Dark Moon outpost. But Zero Wing is only trying to take revenge on one of World Dominators' affiliated guilds. Even if Zero Wing wants to take revenge on Shadow, couldn't it have done so outside of World Dominators' view? Yet Zero Wing chose to annihilate Shadow's experts right before World Dominators' eyes. World Dominators will never be able to live this down if it doesn't get rid of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's God-ranked expert might not be afraid of World Dominators' kill order, but the rest of Zero Wing's members will have to operate secretly in the future. When the players in the teleportation hall saw Cleansed Rue arriving in the city, they couldn't help but talk about the kill order World Dominators had placed on Zero Wing. Meanwhile, opinions on the matter varied, with some people ridiculing Zero Wing for its foolishness and some people pitying Zero Wing for its fate. I finally understand why Little Moon applied to leave Zero Wing. With so many experts targeting Zero Wing, she can't even go out to level up even if she wants to, Rainsong said. She couldn't help but chuckle when she overheard the conversations happening around her. It's not her fault. Who would have thought Zero Wing would pull such a huge stunt? Cleansed Rue said, rolling her eyes at Rainsong when she saw the other party gloating over their junior's misfortune. Then, after briefly surveying her surroundings, Cleansed Rue said with a solemn expression, "Let's hurry. I can sense over 100 refinement realm experts in the teleportation hall alone. I'm even getting a dangerous feeling from a few of them. Dawn Moon has just graduated from school. There's no way she can withstand the stress of this situation. Once we learn about the specifics of Zero Wing, we'll have her withdraw from Zero Wing as soon as possible." Before coming to 100 Flow City, Cleansed Rue had already heard that many powers and experts had taken World Dominators as bait and set their sights on Zero Wing. However, after arriving in the city herself, she realized just how terrible of a situation Zero Wing was currently in. At this moment, Zero Wing's members wouldn't necessarily be safe even within 100 Flow City, let alone outside the city. Rainsong nodded in response to Cleansed Rue's words and stopped joking around. Anyone capable of causing Cleansed Rue to feel danger would be more than capable of assassinating players in an NPC city. After all, 100 Flow City's NPCs would have to first discover the battle before they could move to stop and apprehend the troublemaker. Meanwhile, the time it took for the NPC guards to make their way to the fight scene was more than enough for a Tier 5 expert to kill a Refinement Realm expert several times. The only reason no Tier 5 expert had made a move in 100 Flow City yet was because they were still investigating Zero Wing. On the outskirts of 100 Flow City, inside the top-floor conference room of a 3-story guild hall. "Chairman, good news!" Luo Tiancheng, who had fallen to level 102, cried out excitedly as he entered the conference room. "A message just came in from Guild Leader Gu. He says that World Dominators is intent on taking 100 Flow City this time and has sent 5 more elite legions and 2 more trump card legions. World Dominators is currently pressuring Mysterious Moon for peace talks. If Mysterious Moon still intends to compete for the Dark Moon outpost, World Dominators will make sure that Mysterious Moon can't survive in 100 Flow City." "Good. I knew World Dominators wouldn't abandon us," Lan Hailong exclaimed, an excited expression appearing on his face when he heard the news Luo Tiancheng brought. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Luo Tianqing nodded in agreement. Then he smiled and continued, "Also, I've received news that more than 10 first-rate guilds and 3 superpowers have decided to take action against Zero Wing. These powers hesitated to take action previously because Zero Wing is partnered with Mysterious Moon. But once World Dominators as experts arrive, I believe these powers will begin taking action against Zero Wing immediately." "Zero Wing, is it?" Lan Hailong sneered. "Let's see how Shifeng stays arrogant once he loses Mysterious Moon's backing. Chairman, should we gather some of our forces to teach Zero Wing a lesson?" Luo Tianqing suggested. "Sure. Go and make the necessary preparations," Lan Hailong said, laughing. Now that they no longer had to be concerned about Mysterious Moon in 100 Flow City, it'd be child's play for them to deal with Zero Wing. "Leave it to me, Chairman," Luo Tianqing assured. However, just when Luo Tianqing was about to turn around and leave, the conference room doors suddenly slammed open as Rampant Blade entered in a hurry. "Something big has happened, Chairman," Rampant Blade urgently said. "I had just received news that Witch's Sin has betrayed World Dominators and formed a military alliance, Zero Wing. Witch's Sin is now demanding World Dominators retract its kill order on Zero Wing. Otherwise, it is going to declare war on World Dominators, allied with Zero Wing." Lan Hailong couldn't help but be surprised and confused when he heard Rampant Blade's words. Has Witch's Sin gone crazy? Why would it make an enemy out of World Dominators for Zero Wing? That was Witch's Sin they were talking about. Witch's Sin was the strongest guild out of the many guilds affiliated with World Dominators. Moreover, it was commonly known that Witch's Sin had long since possessed the strength of a super first-rate guild. This was also why World Dominators had always treated Witch's Sin differently than its other affiliated guilds. Yet now, not only did Witch's Sin defect, but it had even done so because of Zero Wing. This was simply unimaginable. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3066 _ inside a high-class bar located 1 street away from the city center. Inside a high-class bar located 1 street away from the city center. This is everything I've uncovered about Zero Wing, Vice Guild Leader Dawn Moon, who was hiding her appearance and information with a black cloak, said as she looked at Cleansed Rue. Then, in a powerless tone, she continued, "Many experts are keeping a constant eye on Zero Wing. I have to wear a black cloak to even go outdoors. Otherwise, I'd have at least a dozen experts tailing me. Zero Wing's guild leader is simply a lunatic. I can't believe he ignored World Dominators' warning just to take revenge for a guild member. Based on your report, it would seem that Zero Wing indeed possesses an extraordinary foundation. Not only has it provided Mysterious Moon with the strength to fight against World Dominators, but it also has that mana technique. Seeing as Zero Wing can afford to let so many internal members learn it, Black Flame must have fully mastered that mana technique already," Cleansed Rue said, gaining a general understanding of Zero Wing's situation after listening to Dawn Moon's report. Everything turned out roughly the same as her conjectures. From what she gathered, the person known as Black Flame should be a god-ranked expert from an outer world. Moreover, it would seem that Black Flame intended on establishing a power in the miniature ancient world, and Su Qianlu and the others were part of the first group of experts Black Flame had recruited. More and more experts are setting their sights on Zero Wing now. Vice Guild Leader. When can I leave Zero Wing? Dawn Moon asked as she looked at Cleansed Rue expectantly. She truly did not wish to stay in Zero Wing for even a day longer. It was simply too stressful to have over a dozen Refinement Realm experts stalking her constantly. This was a treatment that even players who had offended top-tier, first-rate guilds wouldn't get to enjoy. This, Cleansed Rue hesitated to give Dawn Moon an answer. Dawn Moon was one of the talents 100 Flower Palace had set its sights on. If she got targeted by experts every day, it'd be difficult for her to even level up. let alone seek out the opportunities scattered across the miniature ancient world. However, Zero Wing was also an opportunity for Hundred Flower Palace to learn about other gods' domains and the powers originating from them. It wouldn't be long before Hundred Flower Palace had to clash with outer world powers. So, Hundred Flower Palace needed to learn more about Zero Wing. Before Cleansed Rue could decide on an answer, Rain Song suddenly said, "I'm afraid you'll have to be disappointed, Little Moon. You have to continue staying in Zero Wing." "Did something happen?" Cleansed Rue asked as she looked at Rain Song strangely. Previously, Rain Song had wanted to plead on Dawn Moon's behalf to let Dawn Moon withdraw from Zero Wing sooner. Yet now, she was saying that Dawn Moon needed to stay in Zero Wing. Moreover, she had spoken in a commanding tone. A message just came in from the guild. "Witch's Sin has openly rebelled," Rain Song solemnly said. "Right now, Witch's Sin has formed a military alliance with Zero Wing. Moreover, it has stated that if World Dominators doesn't retract its kill order, it will declare war on World Dominators." Has Witch's Sin gone mad? Cleansed Rue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Witch's Sin, that was a guild that had already far surpassed Hundred Flower Palace in strength. While Witch's Sin had yet to be officially acknowledged as a superpower, the many first-rate guilds in God's domain understood that Witch's Sin was already a superpower. In fact, Witch's Sin's foundations were already on par with the average superpower. Although there was still a significant difference in strength between Witch's Sin and a veteran super guild like World Dominators, there was no doubt that Witch's Sin's defection had changed the status quo of the situation. Now, World Dominators would have to carefully consider whether it truly was worthwhile to deal with Zero Wing. However, compared to what would happen in the future, Cleansed Rue was more curious to find out why Witch's Sin was helping Zero Wing to such an extent. At the same time, news of Witch's Sin's defection had also spread like wildfire, and the entire Hundred Flow City was in an uproar. What's going on? Witch's Sin is siding with Zero Wing? Doesn't that mean World Dominators will hesitate to take action now? What is going on? Does Zero Wing have some kind of powerful background? How did it manage to get Witch's Sin to help it to such an extent? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. The various powers operating in Hundred Flow City began making all sorts of conjectures about Zero Wing after learning about Witch's Sin's defection. First, it was Mysterious Moon. Now it was Witch's Sin. In no time at all, Zero Wing, a small guild that had originally been unremarkable, had become the center of attention of every power operating in the miniature ancient world. However, less than 15 minutes after Witch's Sin made its declaration, World Dominators had also reiterated its intentions to destroy Zero Wing once again. Meanwhile, should Witch's Sin insist on being stubborn, World Dominators would not hesitate to go to war with it. For a time, an uproar occurred among the various powers of God's domain. None of the various powers had expected that shortly after the miniature ancient world's opening, two of God's domain superpowers would show intentions of going to war with each other. Originally, the various powers thought that the various small guilds would be the first ones to ignite the flames of war. Then third and second-rate guilds would follow, and things would gradually heat up until the various superpowers joined into the fray. Yet now, two superpowers were actually planning to go to war. Moreover, the cause of this war was one small guild. In addition, shortly after World Dominators announced its stance, it had updated the bounty it offered for its kill order on Zero Wing. Now, not only was World Dominators offering a god legacy, but it had also added a legendary item to its list of rewards. A legendary item. Even the various superpowers only had a few of these items each. Meanwhile, every legendary item possessed heaven-defying abilities. Some legendary weapons could even let Tier 5 players go against Tier 6 God-ranked experts. After the announcement of such an astonishing bounty, even the various superpowers could no longer sit still. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star City, We're in deep trouble this time, guild leader. World Dominators has thoroughly lost its mind, Su Qianlu said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she looked at Shifeng's face in the video call. According to reports, Apex experts from more than 5 superpowers have gathered in 100 Flow City ever since World Dominators issued a legendary item for its bounty. It seems everyone is intent on taking action. Seeing the gloomy look on Su Qianlu's face, Shifeng consoled. Don't worry. Since World Dominators wants to compete using foundations, we'll compete with it. We'll show everyone that Zero Wing won't necessarily lose to World Dominators. We won't lose to World Dominators. Su Qianlu asked in confusion. Gather all Zero Wing members. Chuckling, Shifeng said, from now onwards, we'll no longer be grinding in the leveling maps around 100 Flow City. Where are we going to grind at, then? Su Qianlu asked in confusion. The Boundary Mountain Range, Shifeng said, laughing. Then he disconnected the call and called up Abyssal Star City's control panel. Although it's a bit early, since World Dominators isn't holding back, let's see who can hold out until the end. System, do you wish to open the Abyssal Star Primordial City now? Open it. Shifeng confirmed his decision without hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Sudden Change. Chapter 139, Sudden Change 100 Flow City, Mysterious Moon's Residence. After the battle in the New Moon Forest, Mysterious Moon had become a guild that many independent experts sought to join. Less than half a day after the battle passed, over 10,000 players had already visited Mysterious Moon's residence to apply for the guild. Just the sight of the players lining up to join Mysterious Moon had already become one of the more iconic sceneries in 100 Flow City. However, at this time Mysterious Moon's residence, which should have been experiencing unprecedented liveliness, was strangely quiet. The atmosphere surrounding the residence was so tense that none of the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon dared to approach. The reason for this was the 1,000-man legion standing outside the residence's entrance. Unlike the independent players seeking to join Mysterious Moon, every member of this 1,000-man legion was fully equipped in epic weapons and equipment. Moreover, every one of them was at level 103 or above. Among them, the team leaders of the legion were even at level 104 already. This was a level that most expert players weren't even close to reaching at this stage of the game. Judging by their equipment, these people should be from the Sacred Soul Legion, one of the 3 trump card legions World Dominators had sent to 100 Flow City. I know about this legion. My friend's friend is a reserve member of this legion. According to him, the minimum requirement to join the Sacred Soul Legion is the Refinement Realm standard. Moreover, all applicants must be under the age of 25. To become a team leader, you'd have to reach the Flowing Water Realm and be under 30 years old. All 1,000 members are Refinement Realm experts or stronger. Is this the strength of World Dominators' trump card legions? The crowd gathered outside Mysterious Moon's residence had their knowledge of World Dominators refreshed as they scrutinized the Sacred Soul Legion. Previously, after Mysterious Moon achieved victory against World Dominators in the New Moon Forest, it had managed to acquire a large number of Dark Moon tokens due to its monopoly over the New Moon Forest. As a result, Mysterious Moon secured an absolute advantage in the upcoming competition for the Dark Moon Outpost. For this reason, everyone in 100 Flow City felt that Mysterious Moon might become the first top-tier, first-rate guild to become a superpower after the Miniature Ancient World's launch. However, after seeing the Sacred Soul Legion, everyone quickly realized that a super guild's foundation simply wasn't something a first-rate guild could hope to match. Or, more specifically, a first-rate guild's foundation was nothing but a joke in front of a super guild. 1,000 experts at the Refinement Realm or above. It should be known that refinement realm experts were regarded as core combatants in the various first-rate guilds. In the case of some first-rate guilds, even the members of their main force were nothing more than refinement realm experts. If a refinement realm expert was willing to settle for a second or third-rate guild, they could even acquire the position of main force commander or guild leader. Yet, in World Dominators, refinement realm experts could, at most, become ordinary members in the guild's trump card legions. After looking at the Sacred Soul Legion's members, both the players on the street and the members of Mysterious Moon couldn't help but feel as if World Dominators had just ridiculed them. It was indeed true that Mysterious Moon had won the battle in the New Moon Forest and defeated one of World Dominators' trump card legions. However, what Mysterious Moon failed to understand was that World Dominators didn't have only one trump card legion. Moreover, the legion Mysterious Moon had defeated was nothing more than the most common trump card legion under World Dominators' command. So long as World Dominators wanted to, it was more than capable of sending more trump card legions. Meanwhile, during the time the players outside were discussing World Dominators' Sacred Soul Legion, a meeting was simultaneously taking place inside the top-floor conference room of Mysterious Moon's residence. "Have you all finished considering our offer?" a middle-aged man with graying hair asked as he looked at Crimson Seal and Driallen, his voice neither friendly nor hostile. This is already the greatest sincerity World Dominators has to offer. So long as Mysterious Moon is willing to give up on the Dark Moon Outpost, World Dominators will stop targeting Mysterious Moon. We will also give up a shop in the Dark Moon Outpost to Mysterious Moon. However, we will restrict all access to the Dark Moon Outpost if you refuse. I believe you understand that should World Dominators seal off the Dark Moon Outpost, nobody will dare approach it. In addition, so long as any of your guild's members dare head outside to grind, we will hunt down every one of them. Nothing will change even if you have those mana equipment sets. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the auras of the several dozen experts standing behind the middle-aged man suddenly skyrocketed in intensity. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. This is Advanced Battle Array Equipment. Crimson Seal's complexion darkened when he saw the glowing runes covering the several dozen experts' equipment. A battle array was a special type of magic array that could fuse the strength of those making up the battle array. In other words, going up against any member of a battle array was the same as going up against the entire group simultaneously. Meanwhile, an advanced battle array could grant players the strength to transcend tiers. However, advanced battle array equipment was incredibly rare. Its rarity surpassed even that of fragmented legendary items. In terms of value, a complete set of advanced battle array equipment could rival even fragmented legendary weapons. Even then, not many people would be willing to trade a set of advanced battle array equipment for a fragmented legendary weapon. This was because advanced battle arrays could grant players strength up to the Tier 4 standard. In other words, an advanced battle array could grant a group of players Tier 4 strength. It was true that a fragmented legendary weapon might be able to let a Tier 3 player gain Tier 4 strength. Even after reaching Tier 5, a fragmented legendary weapon could still be of significant use to players. However, it should be known that the strongest combatants in most second-rate guilds in God's domain were only at the Tier 4 standard. Yet, an advanced battle array could grant a group of people Tier 4 strength. Even if advanced battle array equipment were consumable items, the amount of help it could provide to a power far exceeded that of a fragmented legendary weapon. That's right, we weren't planning on revealing it originally, but Mysterious Moon in its current state has the qualifications for us to reveal it, the middle-aged man said, nodding. Meanwhile, after World Dominators revealed the advanced battle array equipment, the Mysterious Moon members in the conference room quickly began a hushed discussion among themselves. This is bad, Vice Guild Leader. The effects of the advanced battle array equipment are no weaker than the mana equipment set. If World Dominators puts it to use, we won't have any more advantage in numbers when it comes to Tier 4 combatants. But isn't it too big of a waste to just give up on the Dark Moon outpost? Moreover, we have a contract with Zero Wing. We'll be going against the terms of our contract if we give up now. That is true, but there is simply too huge a gap between world dominators and us. Moreover, Zero Wing is similarly having difficulty keeping itself alive right now. Mysterious Moon's members expressed their opinion on the matter one after another. Although Crimson Seal and Zhui Yalan remained quiet on the matter, they, too, were feeling a lot of pressure. Previously, they had already made sure to overestimate world dominators' strength before they waged war with the Super Guild. However, after seeing world dominators' show of force, they understood that a Super Guild simply wasn't an existence a first-rate guild could hope to go up against. What do you think, Nightingale? Crimson Seal asked as he looked at Zhui Yalan. He hesitated to decide on this matter, so he decided to leave the decision to Zhui Yalan. Me? Zhui Yalan was similarly feeling hesitant right now. Originally, she had been confident that Mysterious Moon could go up against world dominators. However, she now realized how laughable her confidence was. All right, hurry up and decide. Our patience is limited, the middle-aged man said as he looked at Zhui Yalan. Based on his observations, he could tell that Zhui Yalan was the decision-maker for Mysterious Moon in the miniature ancient world, not Crimson Seal. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's urging, Mysterious Moon's executives promptly turned to look at Zhui Yalan. Zhui Yalan was the person who had single-handedly facilitated the partnership between Zero Wing and Mysterious Moon. So, it'd be most appropriate for her to decide whether Mysterious Moon would continue being enemies with world dominators. When Zhui Yalan looked at the various executives' expressions, she understood that everyone was of the opinion that Mysterious Moon should give up on the Dark Moon outpost. She, too, understood that this would be the wisest decision to make. Yet, if they gave up now, it would mean betraying Zero Wing, and this was something she definitely didn't wish to do. While Zhui Yalan was pondering how she should respond to world dominators' threat, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered her ears. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement. Misty Canyon's Abyssal Star Primordial City is now open. Miniature Ancient World System Announcement. Congratulations to the Abyssal Star Primordial City for becoming the first player-controlled city in the miniature ancient world. All players resting in the city will accumulate the double EXP buff at twice the normal rate for 10 days. Teleportation scroll for the Abyssal Star Primordial City will also be sold in the teleportation hall of all NPC cities. Every player will only be allowed to buy one teleportation scroll. This benefit will only remain for 1 day. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140. Miniature Ancient Worlds Number 1 City. Chapter 140. Miniature Ancient Worlds Number 1 City. Abyssal Star Primordial City? A player-controlled city? The Misty Canyon is the map next to the Boundary Mountain Range. I remember that its map level is level 120. There are players grinding there already? Crap. This is absurd. While the various powers are contesting for the mana outposts located near NPC cities, someone has already built a guild city. Could this be one of the 5 great super guilds doing? That's most likely the case. Aside from the 5 great super guilds, I can't think of any other power that has the ability to establish a city next to the Boundary Mountain Range. As soon as the system announcement appeared, every player and power operating in the miniature ancient couldn't help but be stunned. In the current God's domain, every player in the game was familiar with the concept of guild cities. However, the miniature ancient world had only been open to players for a short period. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to acquire a guild city so soon. It should be known that even the various superpowers were only competing for the mana outposts located close to level 110 maps. Yet, someone had already established a city in a level 120 map close to the Boundary Mountain Range. The difference between these two sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whoever controlled the Abyssal Star Primordial City would have a gigantic advantage over the various superpowers. A level 120 map? Although I can't grind there right now, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Whoever built this city is simply amazing. They actually made it possible for others to buy the city's teleportation scrolls in the various NPC cities. This will save us a ton of travel time. The city will also be able to gather players from all over the entire miniature ancient world. At this rate, the Abyssal Star Primordial City will probably become the miniature ancient world's #1 city in no time. I wonder if the private housing and shops in this city are available for sale? If they're for sale, I'm definitely going to buy until I go bankrupt. After a short period of awe, players quickly began reacting to Abyssal Star City's value one after another. Abyssal Star City was not only the only player-controlled city in the miniature ancient world, but it was also a city located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. Hence, all players and powers seeking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range were unlikely to let go of this opportunity. Setting aside the players and powers operating in NPC cities located far from Abyssal Star City, those operating in NPC cities close to the Misty Canyon would most likely treat Abyssal Star City as the center of their development. Not to mention, players could purchase teleportation scrolls on the first day of Abyssal Star City's opening and teleport directly to the city. The number of players gathered in the city on this opening day would likely reach unprecedented numbers. This was a massive business opportunity. If they didn't hurry now, it had become incredibly difficult to even get into the city once the city reached full capacity. For a time, players in the various NPC cities could be seen rushing to their respective cities' teleportation hall to purchase the teleportation scroll for Abyssal Star City. Inside a high-class bar in 100 Flow City. Let's hurry over, Big Sis Rue. We can set aside Zero Wings matter until after we investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City. Rain Song exclaimed after reading the system announcement. Whoever built this city is simply incredible. It probably won't be long before the city becomes the center of the miniature ancient world. It's definitely going to become a target of contention for the various powers. Every power operating in the miniature ancient world was looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City was undoubtedly the best platform for them to accomplish this feat through, adding on the fact every city in God's domain had a maximum capacity. As soon as a city's player population reached the maximum, players would no longer be able to enter the city. They would have to wait until others left the city before they could enter. Normally, a guild city could, at most, accommodate 2 or 3 million players. However, there were over 100 million players in the miniature ancient world. If even a fraction of these players tried to enter the Abyssal Star Primordial City, the city would reach full capacity instantly. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. Okay, let's hurry over then, Cleansed Rue said, a look of urgency appearing in her eyes. As a guild established by an outer world power, Zero Wing indeed had a significant partnership value. However, the value of Zero Wing's partnership paled in significance compared to the current Abyssal Star City. In fact, the Abyssal Star Primordial City was so important that even mysterious moon and world dominators had unanimously chosen to postpone their discussions and hurried over to the city immediately. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight Hotel, when Su Qianlu saw the system announcement, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. A city close to the Boundary Mountain Range? It can't be right. When Su Qianlu recalled Shifeng mentioning that their guild's new grinding spot was going to be at the Boundary Mountain Range, she couldn't help but start fantasizing. Currently, Zero Wing was a pitiful guild that didn't even have a guild residence. On top of that, Zero Wing even had to deal with world dominators' kill order. Even surviving was a luxury for Zero Wing right now. In Zero Wing's current state, obtaining a guild city was nothing but a dream, let alone obtaining a guild city close to the Boundary Mountain Range. However, after reading a message Shifeng had just sent to her, Su Qianliu's eyes lit up with an unprecedented shine. The content of Shifeng's message was simple: to have all guild members head to the Adventurers Association, purchase a guild transfer scroll, and gather in Abyssal Star City. Why did you call us to gather all of a sudden, Vice Guild Leader? Did something urgent happen? Dawn Moon curiously asked as she looked at Su Qianliu. The other Zero Wing members gathered in the Candlelight Hotel also looked at Su Qianliu with a curious gaze. While they were standing around doing nothing here, everyone else in 100 Flow City was making their way over to Abyssal Star City. Abyssal Star City was a significant opportunity for all players and powers operating in the miniature ancient world. It'd be a huge waste if Zero Wing missed out on this opportunity. I naturally called you here because something came up, Su Qianliu said. Moreover, it is a wonderful matter for us. From now onward, we no longer have to worry about World Dominators' kill order. We don't have to worry about the kill order. Firecloud was very confused when he heard Su Qianliu's words. Did World Dominators retract it? Zero Wing was currently targeted by experts all over the miniature ancient world. Unless World Dominators retracted its kill order, no place would be safe for Zero Wing's members. You'll find out in a moment, Su Qianliu said. For now, I need everyone to head to the Adventurers Association and buy a guild transfer scroll. Our guild finally has its own guild residence. Everyone was speechless when they heard Su Qianliu's words. Having a guild residence wasn't anything to be prideful about. After all, the various first- and second-rate guilds had long since obtained a guild residence of their own. While it was indeed good news that Zero Wing now had its own guild residence, it definitely wasn't enough for them to stop worrying about World Dominators' kill order. All right, hurry up. We'll meet up at the guild residence later, Su Qianliu said, laughing when she saw the look of contempt everyone was giving her. Su Qianliu was Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Since she had given out a command, everyone had no choice but to fulfill it. Immediately, everyone made their way to the Adventurers Association and bought a guild transfer scroll. Then they activated the scroll and vanished from 100 Flow City. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3069_Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star, Primordial City. Misty Canyon, Abyssal Star, Primordial City. Flashes of light appeared in the city's central plaza one after another, instantly enveloping the entire plaza in light. When these flashes of light faded, they revealed the figures of players. These players easily numbered in the tens of thousands, and this number was still rapidly increasing with each passing second. So, this is the Abyssal Star Primordial City? What a great place this is! The mana density here is a great deal higher than even NPC cities. The purification rate is also several times faster. This Primordial City is too amazing. If I can come here once I reach level 110, my leveling speed will double or even triple. I wonder which of the 5 great super guilds built this city? Whoever built it will definitely hold the number 1 position in the miniature ancient world in the future. The instant the various players arrived in Abyssal Star City, they promptly discovered its greatness. Many executives from the various superpowers had also begun contacting their friends in the 5 great super guilds, all of them wishing to form a partnership with the owner of this city. However, even after asking around, none of these executives had managed to come up with any useful information. After all, even the 5 great super guilds were stunned by this situation. They were all curious which one among them had managed to come up with such a powerful city within such a short time. Out of the swarm of players that had arrived in Abyssal Star City, one particular group of cloaked players behaved differently from the rest of the crowd. While others were randomly wandering around the city and taking in all the information they could, This group of cloaked players swiftly moved around the city as if they had known about its layout beforehand and inspected only the key locations in the city. Some of these cloaked players had even arrived in front of the primordial tower already. Is this the primordial tower that Sol mentioned? This tower should be the legacy of an ancient civilization. It seems that Sol did not lie to us. I honestly didn't expect Sol to find a powerful backer in the miniature ancient world. I thought she would have no chance of wresting her commander position back. Now, it seems she might have a chance at doing so. I heard Sol say that the owner of this city is a god-ranked expert from an outer world power that's even stronger than our god's domain's 5 great super guilds combined. I thought she was joking with me before, but it seems that this might also be true. After all, there's no way any of the current 5 great super guilds can come up with such a city. The Mercenary Alliance Sol invited us to join has relatively lax conditions. They're much better than the Flower of Seven Sins' rules. What do you guys think? Sol has gone a little crazy from trying to wrestle back her position, so we can't fully trust her judgment. I think it's best if we meet that god-ranked expert she mentioned first. When the 6 cloaked players gathered in front of the primordial tower talked about Hidden Sol, they spoke as if they were talking about a little kid. It should be known that Hidden Sol was a Tier 5 expert capable of threatening even Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Yet, these 6 players did not show any fear or respect when speaking about her. If Hidden Sol were here, she wouldn't feel surprised by these 6 people's behavior. This was because these 6 people were very special. They were also the strongest experts she could find. Although these people were not Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Every one of them was an expert who had already reached the 2nd step or 3rd step of the domain realm. They were far stronger than the average domain realm expert, and even most Tier 6 god-ranked experts were only on this level in terms of combat standards. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard of a guild hall that occupied a huge area along Abyssal Star City's main street, over 1,000 players wearing Zero Wings guild emblem were currently gathered here. This is the Abyssal Star Primordial City. Our guild residence is in Abyssal Star City. Am I dreaming? When the gathered Zero Wing members looked at their system map and the players curiously looking at them from outside the guild residence, they quickly realized where they were currently, the Abyssal Star Primordial City that was now a sensation throughout the entire miniature ancient world. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website, My Novel Full. Thanks. For a time, everyone present couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This was the Abyssal Star Primordial City they were talking about. Even though Abyssal Star City had only existed for a short period, many people had already recognized it as the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Meanwhile, whoever got to develop in this city would have a significant advantage when entering the Boundary Mountain Range in the future. Currently, countless powers were trying to get in touch with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Yet, their guild had already secured a guild residence in the city. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, everyone gathered could already imagine what kind of future lay in front of their guild. They'd be able to enter the Boundary Mountain Range ahead of everyone else and become the envy of the various powers in God's domain. While Zero Wings members were getting excited over this situation, Shurfeng had also arrived at the residence's courtyard. Guild leader, is this really going to be our guild residence? Firecloud couldn't help but ask as he looked at Shurfeng. Zero Wing was currently facing great pressure due to World Dominators' kill order. While they were still holding on because of the mana equipment set, this wasn't a long-term solution. If they weren't careful, they could lose even their mana equipment sets. However, if Zero Wing could have a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the various powers of God's domain would have difficulty even coming into contact with them, let alone hunting them. Moreover, since Zero Wing was able to secure a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, it meant that Zero Wing shared deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. In that case, the various powers experts and independent experts would have to think twice about targeting Zero Wing in the future. They'd have to consider whether World Dominators' bounty or Abyssal Star City's advantages were more important. After all, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would only need to lift a finger to prohibit specific players from entering the city. Unless those hunting Zero Wings members could hide their identities perfectly, they'd have to say goodbye to Abyssal Star City otherwise. Moreover, players would become red players if they killed other players out in the fields. The more players they killed, the longer they would remain as red players. Unless these red players remained outside of Abyssal Star City forever, there was no way they could avoid getting detected. However, the likelihood of that happening was low. The density of the foreign energy present in the Boundary Mountain Range was incredibly high, so the corrosion speed there was much faster than level 110 maps. Even players with silver mana bodies could, at most, last a dozen hours in the Boundary Mountain Range. If players exceeded their time limit, they would die to the corrosion of the foreign energy and lose levels and equipment. When Firecloud finished speaking, the other Zero Wing members present also turned to look at Shifeng, hoping to gain verification directly from Shifeng's mouth. Don't worry, this guild residence belongs to Zero Wing from now on, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw everyone's nervous expressions. Also, I have another piece of news to tell you. Zero Wing is one of Abyssal Star City's founding powers, so you don't have to worry that we might get banished from the city in the future. Nobody will dare offend Zero Wing in this city. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Join vs Confrontation. Chapter 142, Join vs Confrontation, Abyssal Star City, Zero Wing's residence. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, the Zero Wing members present shook with excitement. At the same time, they also couldn't help but sigh in relief. Thank goodness I hadn't left Zero Wing yet. I would have definitely died from regret if I did, Dawn Moon thought as she patted her chest. Abyssal Star City's effects and location made it the best training spot for all players in the current miniature ancient world. While Abyssal Star City was open to all players, the number of players trying to visit it was simply too great. Aside from players based in NPC cities far from Abyssal Star City and players who lacked the strength to survive in the Misty Canyon, everyone else would probably be seeking to operate from Abyssal Star City. Once players reached a high enough level to grind in the Misty Canyon and its surrounding maps, the number of players trying to enter Abyssal Star City would probably exceed 100 million. 100 million! Abyssal Star City might be larger than the average advanced guild town, but it was still slightly smaller than the average guild city. The average basic guild city could, at most, accommodate around 10 million players, whereas Abyssal Star City could only accommodate around 5 or 6 million players. In other words, not everyone could freely enter Abyssal Star City. A majority of the players seeking to enter the city would have to wait in line. Meanwhile, how long would a line consisting of tens of millions of players take to finish? Not to mention, Abyssal Star City's ruling power would definitely be saving some of the city's population slots for its own use. So, that would leave even fewer slots for players not affiliated with the ruling power. The area Abyssal Star City is located isn't suitable for you to grind right now, but you can head to the nearby burning land under the escort of the NPC guards. That place might be a level 115 map, but the monsters there are only at level 111 and level 112 on average. Few monsters are above level 112. With Su Qianlu and the others taking charge, you guys should be able to just barely grind there. Your leveling speed there should also be similar to level 110 maps, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the crowd before him sighing in relief. Also, the guild has added a new benefit. If you are looking to improve your mana control, you can head over to the Primordial Tower and give it a try. It should help you make some significant improvements. Zero Wing had lost many members because of World Dominators' kill order. As a result, Zero Wing's already low member count had fallen even lower. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 members in the guild. There was probably no guild smaller than Zero Wing in the miniature ancient world right now. However, this situation had also allowed Zero Wing to weed out the members with fickle loyalty. So, Shifeng did not intend on being stingy with those who remained. At the very least, he would open access to the primordial tower to all who remained. Moreover, he also planned to pass down the physical exercises he had developed in his previous life to everyone. With this exercise, even an ordinary member of Zero Wing would have a significant chance of reaching the refinement realm. It was a stark contrast to the various superpowers, which would only share their guild legacies with internal and core members. While Zero Wing's members were celebrating in joy and excitement, the various powers that had come to investigate the Abyssal Star Primordial City had also finally discovered the identity of the city's ruling power, the Azura Mercenary Alliance. While it was true that the insignificant Zero Wing and the pseudo-superpower witches Sin both possessed a guild residence in Abyssal Star City, the most eye-catching building in the city would have to be the 5-story building situated next to the Primordial Tower. The reason the building was eye-catching was that it occupied a huge area that equaled 2 sports stadiums. It was also the second largest building in the city after the Primordial Tower. Of course, the huge size of the building also meant that it came with a huge price tag. Shifeng had invested 500,000 magic crystals and 100,000 gold into constructing the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, and it was currently the most expensive building in the city. Meanwhile, aside from having many private rooms, the Mercenary Alliance's headquarters also had quite a few basic combat rooms, plus a massive arena that allowed players to spar and train their techniques. Currently, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was mass recruiting players. Anyone who had reached the Trial Tower's 7th floor could join the Mercenary Alliance. Moreover, there was no restriction on a player's affiliations. Even players belonging to adventure teams and guilds could join the Mercenary Alliance without having to leave their previous organizations. In addition, so long as one joined the Mercenary Alliance, one would immediately enjoy a 50% discount on their entrance fee into the city. Normally, players would have to pay 20 silver to enter Abyssal Star City. So, becoming a member of the Mercenary Alliance would mean a savings of 10 silver. Aside from entrance fees, members would also enjoy a 5% discount when staying in Abyssal Star City's accommodations. They would also have priority when entering Abyssal Star City. These were all privileges exclusively available to the ruling powers members. In the case of Zero Wings and Witches' Sins members, they would have to pay the standard entrance fee when entering the city. Although they could use guild transfer scrolls to enter the city, the selling price of guild transfer scrolls was similarly priced at 20 silver. Hence, only by becoming a member of the Azura Mercenary Alliance would one receive a privileged status in Abyssal Star City. However, what mattered most to the various powers wasn't the privileges offered to the Mercenary Alliance's standard members. Instead, it was the privileges offered to higher-ranking members. Upon achieving bronze membership status in the Mercenary Alliance, players would have the right to rent the rooms inside the Primordial Tower. Although the various powers didn't know what use the Primordial Tower's rooms had, what they did know was that silver members could rent Abyssal Star City shops, while gold members could rent their own private housing in Abyssal Star City. These were the privileges that truly tempted the various powers. Abyssal Star City was fated to become the #1 city in the miniature ancient world. Currently, the only factors limiting the city's growth were the average level of players and the city's low rank. However, these were all problems that could be solved with time. Once Abyssal Star City developed into a guild city that could accommodate tens of millions of players, the wealth it could generate would reach astonishing levels. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City was also located close to the Boundary Mountain Range. So, the city would also become the first choice for players looking to enter the Boundary Mountain Range. If they could rent the shops or private houses here, they'd be able to generate significant amounts of income. Zero Wing truly cannot be underestimated. No wonder Witch's Sin chose to betray world dominators, Crimson Seal commented after arriving in Abyssal Star City and seeing that Zero Wing had a residence here. Even the various superpowers will desperately seek to own a residence here. By the looks of it, Zero Wing must have deep ties with Abyssal Star City's ruling power. Hearing Crimson Seal's words, Zhuiyala nodded and said, "We absolutely cannot partner with world dominators now. Although going against world dominators will create some problems for us down the line, so long as we hold onto our relationship with Zero Wing, Mysterious Moon will have more advantages in Abyssal Star City." "Indeed, but we should still go and check out the Azura Mercenary Alliance first," Crimson Seal said. He felt fortunate that they hadn't conceded to world dominators' demands yet. Otherwise, they would have lost out on the chance to partner with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, sometime after the various powers and independent players had gathered at the Azura Mercenary Alliance's headquarters, the Mercenary Alliance suddenly introduced a new rule that dumbfounded everyone. The rule stated that all players belonging to world dominators or powers affiliated with world dominators were prohibited from joining the Mercenary Alliance. In addition, effective immediately, members of the Mercenary Alliance could earn contribution points for every world dominators member they killed. They would earn 5 points for killing ordinary members, 20 points for killing internal members, and 100 points for killing core members. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Bounty vs. Bounty. Chapter 143, Bounty vs. Bounty. The introduction of this new rule caused everyone inside Azura's headquarters to grow silent. The kill order world dominators placed on Zero Wing previously had shocked the entire God's domain to a great extent. However, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's action of using Abyssal Star City's privileges to exchange for world dominators' life utterly dumbfounded everyone. Abyssal Star City had already become a holy land for the entire miniature ancient world. The privileges Azura offered for its silver and gold members were things that even the various superpowers would want. Although the various superpowers had thought of occupying Abyssal Star City by force, none of them dared to make a move, especially not after seeing several hundred tier for NPC guards in the city. Even the imperial capitals on the main continent did not have a force of several hundred tier for NPCs guarding them. It might be true that the various superpowers had trump cards that allowed them to grant Tier 4 strength to Tier 3 players. However, Tier 4 strength was just that and nothing more. The average NPC was significantly stronger than the average player of the same tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a group of players with Tier 4 strength would last no more than a few moves. Hence, even if the various superpowers were tempted by the idea of securing Abyssal Star City for themselves, they could only keep their thoughts in their minds. At the very least, before Tier 4 players appeared, the various superpowers would have no choice but to put their foolish ambitions to rest. With occupying Abyssal Star City not being an option, the only other way the various powers could benefit from Abyssal Star City's effects right now was by following the rules set by the city's ruling power. Only by doing so could they enter the Boundary Mountain Range at the quickest of speeds. Meanwhile, there was probably no power in God's domain that could resist the temptation of entering the Boundary Mountain Range ahead of others. It should be known that the ones tempted this time were God's domain's various powers, not the various powers' experts. The two were entirely different concepts. If a power was tempted to move, every expert under it would also move. It wouldn't just be a few individual experts making a move. Hence, Azura's bounty wasn't a bounty offered to the individual player. Instead, it was an offer to the various superpowers. In other words, Azura was trying to get the various powers of God's domain to go against world dominators. Holy cow! Isn't Zero Wing a little too amazing? It can actually influence Azura to such an extent. World dominators will probably start cursing once it finds out about this bounty. I really don't understand what world dominators was thinking. Did it have to take things so far against Zero Wing just to avenge a measly second-rate guild? Just look at what kind of trouble it has gotten into now. Honestly, I'm starting to pity world dominators a little. Zero Wing wasn't even trying to target world dominators initially. Yet now, world dominators will face the threat of destruction just because it tried to stick up for a second-rate guild. If I were in the shoes of world dominators' core executives, I'd probably have the urge to crush that second-rate guild with my own hands. The various superpowers executives inside Azura's headquarters couldn't help but laugh when they realized the implications of Azura's new rule. Many superpowers wished to take world dominators' place. However, as world dominators' foundations were simply too strong, most superpowers only dared to watch from the sidelines. None of them dared to try and get a cut of world dominators' pie. Of course, it would have been entirely possible for the various superpowers to eradicate world dominators if they simply worked together. The only reason they hadn't done so thus far was because they didn't have enough of a reason to do so. After all, even if they worked together and succeeded in getting rid of world dominators, they would have to suffer immense losses in the process, which would, in turn, leave them vulnerable to others. However, things were different now. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's bait was tempting enough for the various superpowers to secretly band together and remove world dominators from the miniature ancient world. Not only could they gain access to Abyssal Star City's privileges by doing so, but they could also reduce the number of competitors by one. They'd be killing two birds with one stone. So why would they turn down such an opportunity? This Azura Mercenary Alliance must be crazy. Why are they going so far for a measly guild like Zero Wing? When Lon Hailong saw the registration rules displayed in the lobby of Azura's headquarters, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Originally, Lon Hailong had felt joyous when he first came to Abyssal Star City. It was especially true after he saw the registration rules for the Azura Mercenary Alliance. The Mercenary Alliance's benefits allowed him to see another opportunity for Shadow to compete in the miniature ancient world. However, he never thought that this dream would turn into a nightmare. Once news of Azura's bounty got out, it'd be a miracle if world dominators didn't personally destroy Shadow. Previously, world dominators had only decided to take action against Zero Wing because it thought that Zero Wing was a small and insignificant guild. In doing so, it could also set an example for the various powers and increase the loyalty of its affiliated guilds. However, it was now revealed that Zero Wing had an existence like the Azura Mercenary Alliance backing it. After this revelation, so long as world dominators wasn't stupid, it definitely would not continue targeting Zero Wing. Otherwise, what awaited it would be a nightmare. Meanwhile, the best way to appease Zero Wing would undoubtedly be to destroy Shadow and thoroughly erase it from God's domain. If world dominators did that, there was no way Zero Wing could have the Azura Mercenary Alliance continue putting a bounty on a super guild like world dominators. Everything happened just like Lon Hailong expected. Less than 10 minutes after the Azura Mercenary Alliance introduced its bounty, world dominators' executives in the miniature ancient world had gathered for a meeting. Looking at the dozen or so people gathered in the conference room, a white-haired, middle-aged man indifferently said, "I'm sure everyone is already aware of the cause and effect of this matter. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's bounty on us is already in effect. So state whatever opinions you have. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 144, Shadow's End. Chapter 144, Shadows, and there were over a dozen people inside the solemn and majestic conference room. Every one of these people had reached level 104, and they were all equipped with Hall of Fame-level epic equipment sets and epic weapons or magic weapons that rivaled fragmented legendary weapons. If Mysterious Moon's Zhuyalan were present in this room, she would definitely be given a fright. This was because every one of the players in this conference room was a domain realm expert with basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. Only Crimson Seal with his mana equipment set could stand a chance against these players in a one-on-one situation. Every other mysterious moon member in the miniature ancient world would be no match. That Azura Mercenary Alliance is simply looking down on us. So what if they put a bounty on us? I'm curious to see who, other than the 5 great super guilds, would dare to go against us. A rowdy woman wearing silver plate armor said through the helmet covering her face. Those first-rate guilds can only prance around before us, since all of us are Tier 3 right now. Once we reach level 120, whether it is those first-rate guilds or that Azura Mercenary Alliance, I want to see just which one of them will dare continue acting so boldly. What you say is true, but we simply can't play to our strengths right now, a white-haired old man sitting beside the rowdy woman said, shaking his head. We might be able to do something if we are only going up against Azura, but many superpowers are also secretly eyeing us. With the conditions Azura has put out, those superpowers will definitely join forces against us. Those superpowers are indeed a trouble. The rowdy woman stopped acting out of anger after hearing the old man's words. Evidently, she, too, was concerned about the various superpowers working together to target world dominators. That damnable Azura Mercenary Alliance. How shameless must it be to use its city's privileges to tempt those superpowers? The Abyssal Star Primordial City was simply too tempting of an opportunity to give up. On the one hand, the city was situated next to the Boundary Mountain Range, so it was incredibly advantageous for players seeking to reach level 120 quickly and enter the Boundary Mountain Range. On the other hand, the city's purification effect was astounding, and it was at least several times faster than the NPC cities in the miniature ancient world. With such a purification speed, players could save plenty of rest time. Most importantly, Abyssal Star City was bound to become one of the vital transit points for players seeking to trade between the 2 gods' domains in the future. After all, many precious resources in God's domain couldn't be stored in players' bag space. Players would need to transport these precious resources bit by bit. Hence, they needed to have transit warehouses along their trade routes. Meanwhile, Abyssal Star City, which was located next to the Boundary Mountain Range, could be said to be the most suitable transit point. According to my sources, even the 5 great super guilds are interested in Abyssal Star City. Once their players start to reach level 120 and get promoted to Tier 4, they will most likely begin taking action against the city. An elegant woman dressed in a black mage robe said, smiling, "If we want to deal with Zero Wing, all we need to do is endure until level 120. At that time, Azura's bounty will automatically lose effect." Many nodded in agreement with the elegant woman's words. There was no power in God's domain that wouldn't be tempted by Abyssal Star City. Naturally, the 5 great super guilds were no exception. There might not be anyone capable of taking down Abyssal Star City right now, but once Tier 4 experts started appearing, the 5 great super guilds could absolutely capture the city. Level 120. However, the white-haired old man shook his head when he heard the elegant woman's words. He scoffed at the woman's suggestion to fight a war of attrition with Zero Wing. Even experts like us will need at least a month to reach that level. Can you all honestly accept the losses we will suffer during this 1 month? The people who previously agreed with the elegant woman fell silent. It might be fine if they were simply going up against the various first-rate guilds. After all, even the weakest core member in World Dominators was a Refinement Realm expert. It'd be difficult for first-rate guilds to target experts of such caliber. As for World Dominators' non-core members, it didn't matter how many of them died. Such a loss would be inconsequential to World Dominators. In God's domain, experts beneath Tier 4 were utterly worthless. Any random Tier 4 expert could single-handedly eradicate a force of several thousand Tier 3 experts. The only purpose such experts had was to serve as cannon fodder and carry out menial tasks such as exploration and information gathering. However, if the various superpowers experts took action, World Dominators' core experts would undoubtedly suffer severe casualties. This, in turn, would put world dominators at a severe disadvantage when it expanded its development into the Boundary Mountain Range. All right, that's enough talking. Everyone, cast your votes. The gray-haired, middle-aged man said after seeing everyone failing to come to a unanimous conclusion. Do we continue targeting Zero Wing? Or do we withdraw the kill order and seek reconciliation? Each person only gets one vote. After the gray-haired, middle-aged man spoke up, the people gathered stopped their discussions and voiced their stances. I vote to continue, the rowdy woman said definitively. My suggestion is for us to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing temporarily. We will have plenty of time to target Zero Wing in the future, the white-haired old man stated. After everyone present expressed their stances, the gray-haired, middle-aged man tallied up the votes. There are 15 of us here. 6 have chosen to continue targeting Zero Wing, and 9 have chosen to seek reconciliation. The final verdict is to withdraw our kill order on Zero Wing and seek a way to get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us, the middle-aged man calmly stated. Moving on to the next topic, how will we get Zero Wing to withdraw its bounty on us? That's simple. Wasn't Zero Wing trying to get revenge on Shadow before? The white-haired old man stated. We can simply offer up Shadow. We can even help Zero Wing and erase Shadow from God's domain. That is indeed a good idea, the elegant woman said, nodding. Shadow is nothing but an incompetent bungler. If it weren't for Shadow, we would have never had to wage war against Zero Wing. Even if we are to deal with Zero Wing in the future, we absolutely cannot let Shadow remain. We might as well use this opportunity to get rid of it. Let's vote on it, then. Do we assist Zero Wing in disposing of Shadow? The middle-aged man asked nonchalantly. I concur. I second it. Seconded. All 15 people voted in favor of the motion. Afterward, the middle-aged man announced, all 15 votes are in favor. The final verdict is to dispose of Shadow. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.